the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory.
I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina.
Donald Trump is racking up the delegates after a big win in South Carolina. He beats former Governor Nikki Haley in her home state, getting approximately 60% of the vote to Haley's 40%.
I know 40% is not 50%. But I also know 40% is not some tiny group.
The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates. Next up is Michigan's primary on Tuesday, and then the following week on March 5th is Super Tuesday. Here's Nikki Haley.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Exit interviews indicate immigration, the top issue for South Carolina Republican primary voters, Donald Trump running on a secure the southern border platform. In other news, a new wave of sanctions hitting Russia. USA's John Schaefer with the story.
Speaking from the White House Friday, President Biden announced that the U.S. is implementing over 500 sanctions against Russia in response to the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny and Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
We in the United States are going to continue to ensure that Putin pays the price for his aggression abroad and repression at home.
Biden highlighted that Ukraine persists and remains free almost 2 years after Russian troops invaded that country. I'm John Schaefer.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Georgia Governor Republican Brian Kemp writing a letter to President Biden expressing outrage over the 26-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela who's accused of killing a female nursing student at the University of Georgia as she went out for a morning jog. Kemp demanding a response to questions surrounding the immigration status of the arrested suspect in the murder of Laken Riley. Kemp writing, Laken Riley's tragic death struck the hearts of Georgians everywhere and has rightfully sparked national outrage. As I have said many times before, the governor writes, every state is now a border state because of Joe Biden's inaction. And today I am again demanding answers and information from the Biden administration that will help us protect our citizens when the federal government will not. University of Georgia Police Chief Jeff Clark on the charges.
He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another.
Former TV talk show host Wendy Williams announcing she has the same form of dementia that actor Bruce Willis is suffering from. Williams, who was 59, tested after having problems with her memory. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel and L that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty. Is it really that time already? Look at there. According to the clock on the wall, yes indeed, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone to indeed get the final week of February underway. Short month, only 29 days, which one day longer this year. It is a leap year. But welcome into a Monday. And between now and Friday, of course, Friday will be kicking off the month of March. Hard to believe. Trust you had a good weekend. All right. Not a bad night for trailer trucking. Most of the country looking pretty good. We still have some snow shower activity in parts of New York, and maybe a few snow showers there in that northwest corner of Pennsylvania there. Nothing to write home about. Nothing as far as travel advisories in the Northeast. Great night. All's quiet on the Eastern Front. The central USA big dome of high pressure is in control there. How about the warm-up? Yes, indeed. Over the weekend, big changes. Crazy weather here in our southwest Ohio region. Actually had some light snow early Sunday. We're forecast to be pushing the 70-degree mark for a high on Monday, though. Wow. Welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. 42 degrees at this hour with, clear skies. There are some stars to be seen out there. It's kind of like the calm before the storm with the big warm-up, though. This week could become very active with severe weather. We're looking at these warming temperatures closer to where we would be in the month of May. So let's start right there. Give you a heads up. Forecasters continue to track the evolution of a volatile weather pattern across the country this week, with damaging thunderstorms and gusty winds poised to sweep from the plain states to the eastern seaboard, along with the surge of Arctic air. That Arctic air is going to kind of bulldoze its way through the record-setting May-like temperatures, though. Yeah, late this past week, forecasters were already kind of discussing the potential for a severe weather setup. It's all a matter of how everything comes together in the atmosphere. AccuWeather says we have all kinds of energy and moisture to work with. The question is if all the pieces come together just right to define a large severe weather outbreak or not. They do expect potent thunderstorms to develop starting late Tuesday, then continue through Tuesday night across the central states. With all that warm air building ahead of the storm, the threat for severe storms could be unusually far to the north for this time of year. We could be talking severe weather extending all the way into lower portions of Michigan. Cities as far north as Detroit, Chicago, Indianapolis could all be threatened by some severe weather. Torrential downpours, hail, damaging winds, and isolated tornadoes. The expected forward speed of the storm is trending faster compared to a few days ago, which would result in downpours and potentially severe thunderstorms progressing into the eastern states by midweek now. Yeah, Wednesday, that rapid press of cold air is going to undercut the severe weather threat as thunderstorms approach the Appalachians. There's the potential for some severe weather to affect areas from Pennsylvania to portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and parts of northern Georgia. The threat of severe thunderstorms may begin to wane a bit as that front moves toward the eastern seaboard later Wednesday into Wednesday night. Hazardous weather still can't be ruled out from Boston to Washington, D.C. Heavy rain, some locally damaging winds will still be a concern as the strong cold front crosses some of our major cities along the I-95 corridor in the northeast and the mid-Atlantic. A lot of rain, a lot of wind, difficult travel. Now, residents across the area being outlooked for possible severe weather. Make sure you're prepared for the incoming dangerous storms. Have your weather app and your weather alerts turned on your smartphone, phone, or your weather radio. Even in the wake of absence of severe weather, gusty winds will be accompanying this cold front, and localized tree damage could see some power outages. As a matter of fact, we're seeing a lot of wind advisories, high wind advisories and high wind warnings stretching from the West Coast all the way to Texas. Red flag warnings through much of Nebraska, Iowa, northern portions of Missouri. That's the warm conditions, the dry conditions, and a lot of wind makes for a high threat for fires, wildfire risks. Now, the risk of flight delays and cancellations will mount with these storms and the gusty winds as they sweep through the eastern half of the country. Dangerous conditions as they cross highways, sudden reduction in visibility, be on the alert for standing water and possible debris blocking some secondary roads, trees down. It's possible that cold air could charge in so quickly into the eastern Great Lakes and the central Appalachians that Wednesday may actually start with downpours and locally severe thunderstorms, followed by a quick covering of snow in the afternoon, and then a freeze-up with slippery travel conditions once the sun goes down during those overnight hours. Like I said, it's going to be kind of a crazy, topsy-turvy week coming our way. Hope you had a good weekend. Here we go on a Monday. Back to reality, right? Philly Dan, ready to get this week started? It is that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Jacob says hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. 37 degrees in, what the hell is that? Secaucus, New Jersey. 30 minutes behind schedule due to construction tonight. All right, Pappy's in the house. Brain dead. Hello, Steve. Happy Thursday to me. I can't wait to get this week over. We've got clear skies, windy conditions, but 67 degrees at Memphis International at this hour. On my way for a 2-stop Jackson, Tennessee. Then we'll see what else I can get into. I'll try to call in a bit. All right, there you go. Happy Monday to us. It is the greatest day of the week. The last one here for February. Hello, Pappy. So saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour, and somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, the hotshot secret, hidden secret bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, turning on that stiction eliminator power microphone. 45 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Heat up that cup of dough. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Be a part of the show. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? All right. Arizona window truck. Be rolling west. Good morning, everyone. 48 degrees at this hour in Topeka, Kansas. Kevin with us. All right. Good to have you along for the ride. Buckeye Boy, what do we see? We're checking in from Cabazon, California. 60 degrees, getting a little windy here. Everything went well in Scottsdale. I'm a couple of hours from my hotel in Huntington Beach, where I just found out my hotel's going to be $30 more per night to pay for parking. Now, Dan Bongino said that Catherine Herridge was fired from CBS and her notes were confiscated because she was investigating the puppet's family. Yeah, she was investigating Hunter in particular, I believe, and where all that money came from. He said CBS was probably pressured by the Department of Justice because she was getting too close to the information they did not want to get in the open. Not a bit surprised. She was an excellent investigative reporter. I'm sorry to see her leave. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, I saw that story. It was kind of the breaking news last week. CBS made it sound more like that's cost-cutting measures, right? A number of people had to be let go. But, yeah, she was one of them in the mix there. Getting too close to that info that we are not allowed to see, right? Now, there's the Kipper, listening from the Marion, Indiana Bat Cave. All right, Kip, good to have you on board. It is, of course, well, it's got to be the greatest day of the week. Cap and Ron joins us here on a Monday. If we can get our little, there we go, a click of the mouse. Morning, Cap and Ron.
Morning. Happy greatest day of the week. Going to get this out of the way early, huh?
Well, might as well get into it. How was your weekend?
Might as well. It was pretty good. Kind of flew by, though. Don't they all?
Yeah.
But did you see the Atlanta race today?
No, it didn't start till like 3 in the afternoon. I did see the highlight, though, that final lap. Wow, that was three wide and what they call a photo finish.
Yeah, that was insane, wasn't it? They had a crash on the second lap, a big crash. Took out a bunch of people, knocked them out of the good running of the race, took out a lot of cars were involved. Before the last, 20 laps, I heard there was like 7 cars that didn't have damage from any of the wrecks.
Wow.
Throughout the day. That was crazy. Did I see or hear on the news that Odyssey or whatever landed in that studio, tipped over?
That is correct. Yeah, the word Friday was it was upright after landing, but yeah, apparently it's kind of on its side now, leaning on a rock, they believe.
Yeah. So I wonder how that happened. Must have been the strong winds up there.
No, he tripped.
Yeah. Well, I ain't got much for tonight. I was just seeing if you saw that Atlanta race. Wanted to give you a little jab about that Odyssey. But anyway, thanks for taking my call, and I'll call back if I can come up with something better.
All right, well, safe travels out there. Thank you, Captain Ron. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, Hampton, Georgia. According to NASCAR.com, it was a race of remarkable ebb and flow, a race of breathtaking four-wide action into corners, corners that are not built to accommodate such things. Totally appropriate that Sunday's Ambetter Health 400, the Cup race there in Atlanta, would end with a three-wide photo finish, with Trackhouse Racing's Daniel Suarez eking out a victory over Ryan Blaney, but by what looked to be literally an inch or two. Yeah, the official scoring, the NASCAR timing and scoring showed Suarez ahead of Blaney by 0.003 seconds, 3/1000ths of a second, with Kyle Busch in third at 0.007 seconds behind the race winner. Yes, I mean, it is the photo finish. And the inside and the outside lane, that's obviously going to be Blaney and Suarez. It's almost your proverbial tie, right? As the three drivers sped through the final two quarters, Suarez held the outside lane with Blaney on the bottom and Busch in the middle. Suarez surging forward, approaching the start-finish line to earn his second career victory, and the first since June of 22, the Sonoma Raceway, and obviously the thinnest of margins. All right, Suarez, whose number 99 Trackhouse Race Chevrolet, also suffered damage to the hood on that lap number 2 crash in turn number 1. Actually had the lead for the restart with 5 laps remaining. But Blaney, the defending series champion, grabbed the top spot almost immediately, held it for 4 laps. Suarez and Busch mounted runs on that final lap in the top and middle lanes, respectively. Blaney chose to make his bid for victory from the bottom lane, ultimately falling just short, 3/1000ths of a second. All right, it's 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the update over the weekend. The private U.S. lunar lander apparently tilted over a touchdown and ended up on its side. So communications are a bit hampered, according to company officials. Friday afternoon, Intuitive Machines, the company that built the six-footed lander, initially said the Odysseus lander was upright after touchdown. That was the reports on Thursday. But they came out on Friday and said the craft caught a foot in the lunar surface and tipped, landed on its side, likely leaning on a rock. So far, we have quite a bit of operational capability, even though we're tipped over, he says, but some antennas are pointing toward the surface of the moon, kind of limiting the flight controller's ability to communicate and get the right data down. He said the lander was near or at its intended landing site. They're the South Polar region. All right, it was the first U.S. moon landing in more than 50 years since the Apollo era, as we know. With Thursday's touchdown, Intuitive Machines became the first private business to actually pull off a moon landing, a previously feat achieved by only 5 countries. This mission was sponsored in large part by NASA. They had some experiments on board. NASA paid $118 million for the delivery under a program meant to kind of jumpstart the lunar economy. One of those experiments was actually pressed into service when the lander's navigation system failed in the final few hours before touchdown. And they actually took an extra lap around the moon to give it more time to make that last-minute switch to NASA's laser equipment. Okay, Odie, as they call it. Odie is a scrapper, according to Mission Director Tim Crane. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Interesting times, is it not? Okay, I'm sorry. Turn the camera back on there. See what's happening with old high-tech. It's been a while. How you been?
Oh, I'm out of puppies to babysit right now, so I was up late. And I was watching CBS, a local affiliate in New York, and they were talking about the truckers' strike, so I figured I'd call in because you have your ear to the thing and see if it sounded like hoo-ha or horse hooey. You're not on YouTube anymore, are you?
No.
All right, well, it's horse dung that they were reporting on fake news because they were showing empty shelves of grocery stores in New York City because people were panic buying, and the store owner says we were restocking the shelves as fast as we could. So that tells me right there that the boycott isn't working if they're getting product to restock the shelves.
Right.
Because if it was working, they were setting up barricades. They were showing barricades being set up. And I says, well, a trucker's protest would be to stay away. That would be the protest, is not to go. And the last time I heard of a trucker strike actually worked was back in 70-something. They were actually dumping milk on the ground and stuff.
Right. I mean, you can go back to the headlines a week ago. It was right about this time, last Sunday night, Monday morning, that this talk of a trucker strike was big in the news. But I mean, come Monday, by later Monday afternoon, the original Chicago Ray guy had kind of backpedaled on his promotion of it. Said, I don't know of anyone that's really participated in any sort of boycott. I had one call Friday morning. Debbie from Montana said I guess she was seeing some of the same news coverage you were seeing, showing those empty shelves. But I said I haven't seen anything in the news about any truckers actually participating in this.
Yeah, well, I seen it last week. They had this guy on there for a minute. I thought it was diaper rash. It was some crazy guy talking about, doing how truckers do. They get on there and blowing off steam, and this guy did it on Facebook or TikTok or whatever he did it on, and they put him on the national news. And that's all I thought it was, because they busted the unions up years ago. I mean, you got too many companies now. If you got the big companies to get together and boycott, the big CEOs or something, it might do something. But there's too many drivers out there right now that are they don't even watch the news anymore. I've sold dogs to several of them that I don't even listen to the news.
Yeah, the drivers, the ones that I've spoke to that run into New York said that they're not seeing any lack of trucks, if you know what I mean.
USA News Update.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory.
I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina.
Donald Trump is racking up the delegates after a big win in South Carolina. He beats former Governor Nikki Haley in her home state, getting approximately 60% of the vote to Haley's 40%.
I know 40% is not 50%. But I also know 40% is not some tiny group.
The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates. Next up is Michigan's primary on Tuesday, and then the following week on March 5th is Super Tuesday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Of course, it is a Monday, so that means you have plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me get back to high tech here. So like if you do a Google search, trucker boycott New York, everything that comes up is pretty much all the headlines from a week ago, and nothing really since then.
Yeah, I didn't. I figured it was a bunch of horse hooey because of what they said they were restocking the shelves just as fast as they could. I said, well, and they were showing barricades. The police were putting up barricades in anticipation of violence. I says, well, that'll be novel. That'd be a first ever since,
right.
What, 50 years? So, yeah, more fake news. What it sounds like is a local station was trying to scare people. And, if they figure if they can scare people, they'll make truck drivers the boogeyman. And they'll pass more regulations and stuff like that. So, they got to do something to keep everybody scared. So, I think Super Tuesday is here about a week or two away from now. So, I figure they'll be in full blown head explosion mode next month.
Well, what's the prospects? Why is Nikki Haley refusing to drop out of the race even after losing in her home state?
I know exactly why. Because she's being paid to stay in there. Because they're gambling that something will happen to take Trump out.
Okay.
They'll either be an assassination or one of them the judge up there in New York, the prosecutor said with the judgment, if he doesn't come up with money to pay, they're going to foreclose on his assets. So they're gonna what do you call it? Confiscate Trump Tower, I guess, and put homeless people in it or immigrants. They're gonna pull some kind of nonsense like that. There's got to be a reason they're in such a panic mode, and the only thing worse is going to panic them is if he gets the nomination. Well, he's going to get the nomination. If he chose somebody like Ramaswamy to be his vice president, that means they don't want him either. I know they don't want that guy in there because he's smart, and Trump's smart and he's smart. They don't want an outsider that they can't control in there. So that would be like, well, if we assassinate Trump after he's elected, that means Ramaswamy's in there, and he's just as dangerous as Trump is to the system.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think he's more dangerous than Trump is to the system. If what he says is true. Now, I mean, he doesn't have any kind of track record. he's not been around long enough for anybody to follow what his actual actions are. So, Trump had a TV show, and you knew he was a horse's patoot from the beginning. But, hey, a CEO, a boss man, has to be a horse's patoot every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even me, just being a little micro miniature business selling dogs, I have to be a horse's patoot and tell people, no, I'm not going to sell you a dog because I've just got right now, I've people in California when they call me up, I said I don't sell to people in California. I just refuse to sell to California. I think everybody out there is retarded.
Of course. You come right out and tell them, huh?
I could be Trump's vice president, and I would save him. They would surely not do anything to assassinate Trump if I was vice president. Because my filter is broken too. That's what Trump's problem is. His filter, his mouth filter, doesn't work. I mean, he feels it and it just comes out. He says it. So, but have you ever heard of a show called The Dog Whisperer?
I have. I don't know that I've ever watched it, but I've heard of it.
It's out in California, and he goes around to people in California's houses, and it's the dog is never the problem. It's always the people. The people are the problem, not the dog.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes to all those famous people in like L.A. and Hollywood with the yappy dogs that are biting, and they don't know why the dogs are biting. And he comes in there, and they bring the camera into these famous people's houses, movie stars and stuff, and they show they're treating this dog like, the dog snaps at somebody, and they pick up the dog and pet it and go petting it. Go no. Well, the whole time they're petting it, which to the dog doesn't understand English. That means, do it again. You just petted me for snapping at somebody, and you're petting me now. I'm going to go snap at him again.
Right.
I sent you. I don't know how to send you links anymore. I sent you one on, I think on X. I got me a new puppy that I'm training to actually bite people. Huh?
Would that be like a canine? You're trying to train a canine or what?
Well, it's a Belgian Malinois. You've heard of them, haven't you?
Yeah, right.
It's what the military is using now.
Okay.
So, I'm only physically able to train one dog at a time, and somebody that could train dogs like that could make a fortune. They go for $50,000 a piece.
Right, I know that. Yeah.
Trained. You're not paying for the dog. You're paying for the training.
Right.
It's like horses and stuff like that. You're not paying for the horse. You are, but it's the training that goes with it. It takes a couple of years to train a personal protection dog. And, you can sell them for $50,000 a piece, or you can train them to sniff drug. I got this guy here. If you check the video out, he's only 6 months old. And I've got the bite sleeve on where he's biting me. But I've got him trained to smell money. You remember Little Trucker?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, he was trained to smell money, and occasionally at the rest areas, I had to get the money out of his mouth without him shredding it, but he would find money at the rest area and bring it back to me.
That's a good dog.
If anybody dropped any... Good, yeah. So everybody, has drug dogs, dope dogs. I says, well, if I know of any place that has a drug bust, I can go in after the cops leave and let the dog sniff around and try to find the money after the dope dogs found all the dope. Because there's no such thing as drug money. It's like there's no such thing as bad money.
Mm-hmm.
If I was told a long time ago that if you're sitting out in your yard and the cops, somebody flies by and throws a bag out the window and then takes off, and you see the cops chasing them, and you go look in that bag, and it's a bag full of money. Is that money evil? Or no, it's just money. It's neither good nor bad. And if it's in your front yard, it becomes your money. So then it's good money. So money can't be bad. So there's no such thing as bad money.
Okay.
So anyway, Well, once it throws it out in your, who's to say the good Lord didn't cause that man to throw that money out there, and you were therefore blessed with a sack full of money landed in your yard? You know, that's I call that like winning the lottery.
Absolutely, yeah. Winner.
You were there, and it's no longer drug money because the druggers threw it out. They threw it away, so it's just like the internet. I live up in the area that's totally Amish and Mennonites and Seventh-day Adventists and all like that. They're all pacifists. But, you know, they talk about, oh, that's bad money. Money is evil. I said, no, money is like the internet. The internet's all evil. No, it's neither good nor bad. It's just a tool. I mean, look what Google did with their AI. They got caught red-handed. Of course, I've been on there testing their AI a long time ago. I knew it's programmed. The programmers are in San Francisco, California. They don't call it the gay bay for nothing. It's programmed by homosexuals. Since we're not on YouTube, I can say that. And that is what it's programmed to be. It's programmed to be totally woke. You know, it says we believe that all white men are evil, and you know, so when you ask Gemini, was the name of their AI, Gemini, show me a picture of the founding fathers. The founding fathers would come up as black and Indians and stuff.
Interesting. Well, I did see ChatGPT kind of went crazy last week. Did you catch that? It was giving gibberish and crazy, nonsensical answers.
Oh yeah. You you can feed it. You can ask it. The trick with ChatGPT is to ask it for hypothetical. Give me a hypothetical answer. Like if you ask it, ChatGPT, what would happen to the human race if everybody became gay overnight? It would come back and say, well, I can't answer that because it is, offensive and all like that.
Right.
So what you do is you ask it, say, ChatGPT, if miniature pinscher dogs all became homosexuals, what would happen to the miniature pinscher breed of dog? It would cease to exist.
Right. There's no creation.
Right. It would be then you can ask it, would that be logical? And they said, no, it's not logical. It doesn't happen in nature. But as soon as you put humans into it, I can't answer that.
Interesting.
So it's all programmed by that nonsense out there. You know, these people that believe cutting kids' private parts off. And, I tell you what, that's one of the nice things about Pornhub. Now, Pornhub is only for adults, but you can go on there and they have videos showing what the actual operation looks like. Where they cut your tallywhacker off and try to make a fake.
It's not a pretty thing.
Fake,
right.
Yeah, it's like, and it never works. They have to you got to keep working on it every day, otherwise it'll get infected and all like that. And of course there's no feeling to it, so it's like, that's I think that would be right up there with. What did they charge those people with in Germany, those doctors that did experiments on people? There was some kind of crime they called that.
Right.
So, but they hung German doctors for doing that stuff, and especially minors. Maybe we ought to bring that hanging back. But that's just my opinion. Since we're not on YouTube, we can talk about stuff like that. Oh, how's your advertising going? I noticed you got some advertisers now.
We're plugging away one day at a time. Looking forward to the big show in Louisville. Hopefully, that's a good place to obviously meet and greet, and hopefully you find some new advertisers.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to get to go, but I tell you what, I got contacted by SiriusXM, And it's like they must be having problems, because I cannot for the life of me see any reason that somebody would pay for Sirius XM, because it's obsolete. Now, when it first came out, I had it. When I was driving all over, it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. But now that everybody's got one of these little boxes that, got the whole Library of Congress on it, and you can download anything in 5G and have your whole music collection.
Yeah.
Shoot, you can set it on the dash and play movies on it. Why would I pay for XM? I mean, it's obsolete. Technology has moved on. The XM Sirius is kind of like the CD and the VHS. It was great while it was there, but now they're going to have to change their business model, where they're going to have to give the service away and go totally advertising on it. It'll be like radio stations and stuff like that that run ads will just be broadcast on it, and that's the only way I can see they saving that satellite radio thing.
I haven't seen anything as far as any numbers, whether the subscriber numbers, are they dropping off from where they were their peak at one point in time. That I'm not sure, but hey, we got to get to a quick time out here. It is 844-844-3388, a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Of course, one of our big Friday morning stories, we were heading into the weekend, was the big cell phone outage that had occurred the previous day. And one of our listeners actually did comment. What kind of impact did that have on all these truckers relying that had AT&T service and their electronic logging device? I said, that's a good question. Landline, of course, Friday, breaking down the large-scale outage on Thursday, raising questions about how truck drivers can remain compliant in their electronic logging device if it stops working. The short answer is truckers would have to return to paper logs to track hours of service. Of course, that was the norm before the ELDs became mandated in 2017. But if the ELD goes down and they can't transfer the information, the safety official will use the ELD display or the printout to verify compliance. Tom Crowley is compliance and regulatory expert with OOIDA. The issue becomes if your ELD doesn't retain the last 7 days of information, you'd have to go back and recreate those 7 days. Of course, tens of thousands of AT&T customers lost service last Thursday. Most service restored by afternoon. They did not believe it was a cyber attack, was the word. The statement Thursday evening said, based on our initial review, we believe the outage was caused by the application and execution of an incorrect process as we were expanding our network, not a cyber attack. But a cell service outage, it can be a big problem for truck drivers, as the technology is needed for a wide array of reasons, including not only your ELDs, but dispatch, mapping, weather forecast, engine control module updates. This was the first large-scale outage since ELDs were actually mandated in 2017. For truckers who started after the mandate, Crowley actually voiced concerns how many drivers even would know how to fill out a paper log. Most new drivers have relied on nothing but that electronic device. You have a lot of drivers out there who have only used ELDs. You hand them a paper log and they're going to be lost. People are so reliant on the ELD now to keep track of their time. Of course, tells them if they're getting close to their hour limitations. Now, back in the day, that was up to the driver. And I bet there's a lot of drivers out there who don't have a clue on how to even do a recap. Louis Pugh stressed the importance of truck drivers making notations for why they had to move to paper logs. Notate what you're doing. Because 5 months from now, and say you get an audit, we've all forgot what the heck was going on that day. Of course, the DOT can request logs from up to 6 months back, so make notes of what was happening here. Now, of course, they've long opposed the ELD mandate, warning of technology and cybersecurity concerns. Louis said the concerns over a technology outage are amplified 1,000,000 times when you discuss autonomous vehicles. If an ELD screws up, it doesn't kill anybody. If your automated vehicle screws up, it could be a family of 5. Modern technology. About 5 before the hour. Hey, Mike, what day is it?
Service. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear me now. All right. We'll see. We've got a couple minutes here. So with the reporter deal there, there's an NBC reporter there. What's her name there? Kate Snow or something Snow. She's usually been stepping in and does one of the weekend days for the evening news, and I guess she's going to another part of NBC News. She's not going to stay, so I don't know if they got her another position or whatever. But that deal with CBS, that kind of reminds me of a guy I used to know on the radio one time there a few years ago there, and his big corporate conglomerate company there decided that, we got too many people that are making too much money they're not saying what we want them to say on the radio, so we'll just give them an email and let them know they no longer have a job. You know anybody like that, Steve?
There's somebody does come to mind, yes. Interesting.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, isn't it, though? But anyways, it's amazing how they can use money as an excuse there, right? But, I think it was discussed last week there about Nikki Haley. I think somebody mentioned there about her being backed by George Soros or something. That I'm thinking that might be a pretty good idea, since she just had a big mega donator that I was reported with her on the news this evening when I was eating my dinner that they stopped giving her money. Well, a big mega donor. So I guess she's got to be getting all her money from the left side. But the question is it the one old George Soros giving her the money, or I heard that he'd turned the reins over a little bit to a younger generation that is even more farther left than he ever was. So The chess game is played and the pawns are being pushed around.
That would be the Soros son. So, yeah, as far as Nikki goes, it's actually, we all remember the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers are no longer going to be giving any more cash support to Nikki Haley. They're still going to verbally, we support Nikki, but hey, it's the money. But we'll have to pick up there. First, a news break here, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday. And I think we're leading 91-7.
Donald Trump wins the Republican South Carolina primary, and despite her loss in her home state, Nikki Haley says she's staying in the race. Next stop, Michigan. The primary there on Tuesday.
In the next 10 days, another 21 states and territories will speak. They have the right to a real choice.
Now, speaking of victories, former President Trump winning a record 7th CPAC straw poll as he heads toward another nomination for president. Trump speaking Saturday afternoon at the annual gathering of conservatives at National Harbor in Maryland.
November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their judgment day. Their judgment day.
President Biden and First Lady Jill, along with Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, hosting a black-tie dinner at the White House Saturday night for the nation's governors.
Here's to possibilities. Possibilities, because I am never been more optimistic in my life about the prospects of what we can do if we just work together. There's nothing beyond our capacity.
Volkswagen recalling 260,000 cars due to a fire risk. USA's John Schaefer with details.
The car manufacturer indicates that compact cars in the U.S. might experience a fuel leak from a pump inside the gas tank. The recall affects Volkswagen Golf, Golf GTI, Golf Sportwagen, Jetta, and Audi A3 models that were produced between 2015 and 2020. As of now, no fires have been reported due to the issue.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Georgia Governor Republican Brian Kemp writing a letter to President Biden expressing outrage over the 26-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela who's accused of killing a female nursing student at the University of Georgia as she went out for a morning jog. Kemp demanding a response to questions surrounding the immigration status of the arrested suspect in the murder of Laken Riley. Kemp writing, Laken Riley's tragic death struck the hearts of Georgians everywhere and has rightfully sparked national outrage. As I have said many times before, the governor writes, every state is now a border state because of Joe Biden's inaction. And today I am again demanding answers and information from the Biden administration that will help us protect our citizens when the federal government will not. University of Georgia Police Chief Jeff Clark on the charges.
He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another.
Former TV talk show host Wendy Williams announcing she has the same form of dementia that actor Bruce Willis is suffering from. Williams, who was 59, tested after having problems with her memory. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Monday. Brand new week. We're kicking things off here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hope you had a good weekend. We're talking about dog trainers. High Tech brought up the dog whisperer. Buckeye boy, that's funny. He said the puppet, a.k.a. Joe Biden, should have had the dog whisperer train his dog. I think I was talking to Pappy last Friday. Actually, he sent me an email. Something along the lines that the president's dog has now bit 30 different people. Yeah, the damn dog's constantly biting somebody. The latest bite actually drew blood. He's constantly like biting Secret Service agents and stuff. He said, you know, in our town, if you've got a vicious dog, I think he said we've got like a 3 strikes and you're out. Three people bit. Yeah, you're turning it over to the SPCA, and they're going to euthanize the dog. I don't know what are they going to do with Joe's dog? They keep him there at the White House. Hello to John Ross, 35 today. I'm 35. It's my birthday. All right. Well, happy birthday, John. Hope you have a good one. Then Bill's kind of laughing about paper logs. He says, tell a new driver they're checking bingo cards at the coops. Just a thought. Real quickly, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Yeah, back to Nikki Haley, though. It's called Americans for Prosperity Action, the conservative network championed by entrepreneur Charles Koch. Pausing, they say, their financial backing of Nikki in the wake of her defeat in her home state of South Carolina over the weekend. While Americans for Prosperity Action continue to stand behind Haley's candidacy for the presidency, it will now offer its support solely through vocal endorsement rather than financial contributions. Given the challenges in the primary states ahead, we do not believe any outside group can make a material difference to widen her path to victory, according to the AFP Action CEO in an email. And so while we continue to endorse her, we will focus our resources where we can make the difference. So that's another setback for Nikki. A series of challenges since the onset of the election year. In addition to this decision, billionaire Reid Hoffman also ceased funding her presidential aspirations. Either way, as we, of course, hear in the news, she's vowed to continue through Super Tuesday, which is a week from Tuesday this week, a week from tomorrow. Yeah, her team maintains that the withdrawal of financial support from Americans for Prosperity Action has not altered their strategic calculations. They said AFP is a great organization and ally in the fight for freedom in the conservative government. We thank them for their tremendous help in this race. Our fight continues. And with more than 1 million coming in from grassroots conservatives in just the last 24 hours, we have plenty of fuel to keep on going. We have to save this country. So I guess they're saying she raised $1 million even after being soundly thumped in South Carolina. While the South Carolina presidential primary this weekend and the Senate engagement really heating up, it's time to take stock of where we are and, as we always do, make sure we're optimizing our resources. Now, that's Americans for Prosperity Action. They're taking a closer look at where they're putting their money. They're looking to put money in maybe races where they think they could make a difference. Yeah, some of the Senate races and whatnot. But all right, what's going on? Brain dead. Hey, you're Thursday. One step. It's Friday Eve for you.
Yeah, buddy. If you only knew what happened this weekend. Yeah. I got a phone call from my ex to come over and pick up more stuff that she's found. Yeah. I don't know where she's digging this up from. I mean, she must be like Democrats digging up stuff from the Republicans for like 100 years ago. I don't know where she's getting this from. But now, did you see what I sent you about UPS laying off 330 people at that facility in Portland, Oregon?
Over the weekend, after you sent me that original one last week from, I forget which location, there's a bunch of them, I guess, that were announced in recent days. Yes.
Yeah, I was looking at one of the Teamster Facebook groups. They said that York, Pennsylvania, I think, is closing their 100% sure. But also this evening, I found a fluff piece for you about Yellow. Did you see that?
Yeah, which you said total bull.
Yeah. That article that whoever wrote, that little fluff piece, never mentions the concessions and the givebacks from, 2012 and 2014 or somewhere in that area. Never mentioned those that the employees helped save the company and helped them run along, and the company didn't want to give it back. They didn't mention anything about the severance packages that the upper crust got, but yet we haven't got anything. Didn't mention a damn word of it. That's why I say it's total BS.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it is, but no. Let me go back to Friday. We were talking about the crime in Memphis, Steve, and I got corrected on something this weekend. Not this police director we got, but the two before, Director Godwin is the one that started up that OCU unit, that organized crime unit.
Mm-hmm.
Tony Armstrong, you ever watch the First 48 on TV?
Yeah, a few times.
That Tony Armstrong, that was a lieutenant when that was filming that in the homicide, was a police director for a short period of time. He is the one that really cranked down with the crime, with the gangs and the drugs and that OCU unit. Now, this woman we got destroyed that unit, shut it down. Crime is now out of control. Why? The inmates are running the asylum because the OCU unit got shut down. Why? Because Tyree Nichols got killed. Now, granted, what happened to that kid was excessive force. I'm not going to argue that point with you all day long. But when they shut that unit down, it's an open field day for crime now. I don't know if you saw this or not, but somewhere they said that we are adopting the crime plan for Omaha. Now, last time I checked the population figures, Memphis outranks Omaha like 2-1. So how is your little town or your little burb or city, I don't know what it is going to help us control our gangs that are more heavily armed than the military? I'd love to know this answer. I'd love to know what they're doing. I mean, it's honestly crazy to think that what you're doing is going to help us. Now, if it was, say, I don't know, Houston, Texas, Atlanta, I could understand that theory and that principle. But as long as they're letting these gangs run wild, there's no end to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like Kroger. Kroger had a grocery store over there, deep in the hood, where not far from our warehouse, about 10 or 10 miles from the warehouse, and they shut it down. The neighborhood started screaming and crying. Now, mind you, this is over 10 years ago. Was screaming and crying, "Oh, we're gonna have no place to go get groceries. Oh, we're no." Well, look, your thugs went over there and started stealing and robbing. Kroger's not going to keep a place there. Walmart's not going to keep a place there. So you're whining and complaining about something, and to do crime and to take care of the crime, but at the same time, you don't want to do anything to stop it. It's crazy world we're living in, Steve. But how was your weekend, buddy?
I had a good weekend. Thanks for asking. Birthday party, big birthday party Saturday. They did. It had like I don't know, laser tag. They were doing go-kart racing, all kind of video games and stuff. That was little Avery's birthday. 10 years old. 10 years.
Wow, grow up fast, don't they?
Yep.
And I was speaking of growing up fast. Ran into one of my buddies at the grocery store over the weekend. And we got to chatting and talking. He said, yeah, he got pulled into school the other day. Now, his son's about 7, 8 years old, just that age. And says, I got pulled into the school because he was acting up in class. I said, well, what do you do? He said, well, the teacher asked him, if I gave you 2 cats and then another 2 cats and another 2 cats, how many would you get? He said, his son said 7. Teacher said, no, that's wrong. If I gave you 2 cats, then another 2 cats, and another 2 cats, how many do you have? The little son said 7. The teacher's like, no, you're not getting it. So teacher said, let me explain to you a different way. If I gave you 2 apples and then gave you another 2 apples and then gave you another 2 apples, how many would you have? Son said 6. He goes, the teacher said, okay, well, here's the same principle. I give you 2 cats, you get another 2 cats, and another 2 cats, how many do you have? His son said 7. Teacher says, no, that's wrong. Why do you keep saying 7? He says, I already got a cat. Bite me.
There you go. I've already got one. That's 844-844-3388. So there you go. Clear lines on a Monday. I don't know if, have we heard from Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler this morning? I don't believe we have. He may be spending some time with his hot blonde wife. I'm not sure. But I do see he's probably familiar with this location. All the cattle haulers out there. Massive fire over the weekend at a cattle auction facility in Rock Island, Illinois. About 6 o'clock Saturday evening, according to WHBF-TV. The report said fire crews from multiple communities were summoned to the scene. Firefighters said several cattle were walking around the scene of the fire. But, of course, in a facility like this, an auction house, you've got all the hay, and the fire spread rapidly. Rock Island Fire Marshal said no injuries of humans were reported. So much smoke that this blaze actually appeared on the weather radar locally. One employee said there were about 20 cattle, including one purebred Angus bull, in the barn at the time of the fire. The facility is owned and used by Lathrop Livestock Transportation out of Dundee, Illinois. Now, I said, according to WQAD, all the cattle except for one animal were actually rescued there. One local who lives near the auction facility said this blaze had her fearing for her own property as the flames were shooting way up in the air. A lot of popping and the embers raining down. I was concerned about how high the flames were getting, and everything's so dry around here. The fire scene took up about 200 yards, so pretty decent-sized facility. Firefighters remained on the scene to monitor hot spots late Saturday into Sunday morning. So, yep, Rock Island, Illinois. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now they're issuing a bit of a warning for spring breakers. Can you believe it's already that time? Spring break coming up here. And word is maybe not plan on going to Mexico. That's been a very, very popular spring break destination, especially some of the big resorts. Word is you're not safe even on the big resorts anymore. Innocent tourists caught up in the crossfire of the warring cartels. Visitors from around the world have become collateral damage, some being wiped off the face of the earth, as the rules have changed, they say. According to one expert, it comes as 4 Mexican drug cartels are reportedly murdering to assert dominance over an 80-mile stretch of resorts. In just the last 2 weeks, it's been reported a number of people from the United States have seen gruesome violence or been randomly targeted. A California woman was killed in the crossfire near Tulum Beach, while a man from New York was abducted with his eyes taped closed and dumped in a jungle. According to a private investigator, James Arms III, these events are just a normal day for the people of Mexico. It's all horrifying to us, but to people in Mexico, it's just a Tuesday. This happens all the time, all over the country. Now, I said the cartels are changing the criminal rules. Previously, they were said to abide by a code kind of similar to the Italian mob, but now it's happening in areas that used to be off limits. In the old days, you weren't allowed to target women or children. You weren't allowed to encroach on another cartel's territory, and the resorts were off limits. The cartels wanted to fly under the radar as much as they could. But the rules have changed. All that old guard code is out the window. The resorts are actually open shop today. Government leaders want to protect tourism, which has been that country's illegal economic foundation for decades. An estimated 66 million international visitors in the year 2022 alone. But he says now even the tourist destinations are essentially becoming war zones. Who we see as tourists are potential customers or potential victims to the cartel. Now, even if it's 1% or 5% of tourists to the resort areas, that's millions of customers and a big chunk of business. There are 4 main cartels in the area that want to monetize that business for themselves. The Sinaloa Cartel, the Gulf Cartel, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, and the Grupo Regional, a smaller gang that was created by the now defunct group known as Los Zetas. 25 past the hour. And did we not kind of allude Friday morning to these sort of things that are taking place? You know, we've seen and heard about it in our news for years. I have a sneaky suspicion it's not going to be long. With the open borders, these animals are coming into our country, and what has been commonplace, violence in the streets of Mexico, is coming soon to a neighborhood near you. That is a great fear I have. Hello, Scotty. What's going on?
I don't know if I want to go to Mexico now or not. Jeez. We were in Cabo back in September, October, on that cruise and everything. And Cabo had a bunch of problems years ago, or not too many years ago, but, just like you said, that was always, off limits to the cartels.
Right.
Cabo, I'm not sure exactly where you were talking about just then, but, Cabo's in one of the places that, they are moving into pretty bad. I know you don't want to do anything with a cruise that's going into, Cozumel or Costa Maya, but, I'm not too awfully concerned about down there. I mean, any given day, I guess it could happen, but, they still are going to abide a little by that, and to me, the California Baja where Cabo is, I mean, that's kind of the wild, wild west, But you get over on the Caribbean side, you haven't really heard much. I think there was an issue at Playa del Carmen here a couple of years ago, but that was taken care of pretty quick. But of course, the cruise ships don't go there, But I think probably more where the issues are where they're the all-inclusive resorts versus where the cruise ships go.
Mm-hmm.
From what I've understood over the years. But I was actually calling. I was talking to my sister, and she was having problems with her transmission. And took it to 3 or 4 different shops, and they couldn't find any codes or anything wrong with it. I took and told her, I said, I've never used the product myself. I said, Hot Shot Secret's got a shifter store.
Yep.
I said, go get you a bottle of it. I said, and try it. And she was hesitant and everything. I said, because I have no idea just what I've heard, and what Chris talked about and everything, and what she said it was doing. Well, she put that bottle in there, and she called me earlier, and she, made several pretty good trips with it and everything. It's an older Chevrolet pickup truck, and she said, I think it's working. She said that the shutter's not there, and so just a little testimonial there,
Absolutely.
And it saved her a whole.
I've used it, and I used it on the old Fire Chicken, and I used it on the Cadillac as well. Hey, hold the thought. We got to pause there. It's bottom of the hour. That means news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Donald Trump wins the South Carolina primary, defeating Nikki Haley in her home state. The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday. We're leading 91-7.
Now, Haley saying she is staying in the race and heading to Michigan. The primary there is Tuesday, and then the following week is Super Tuesday.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hey, we're back. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday. All right, back to Scotty here. Where did we leave off? Not going to Mexico.
I was talking about that shift restore, but, you know, I'd say anybody's having any kind of issues with the shutter and the transmission or something like that, you know.
Hard shifting?
I'd definitely try it.
Yep.
Because, like I said, she's taking it 2 or 3 different places, and, you know, of course, you know, she's a widow woman, you know, and you know, they're going to take full advantage of that, you know. I mean,
right.
She said one place they took it to was like, you know, wanted her to leave it there, and then they was going to take and, you know, drive it and then give her an estimate, and then they actually said that they was going to actually charge her storage, you know, if the truck stayed there overnight. I mean, just you know, it's amazing, you know, what these, you know, shops try to take advantage of somebody, you know.
Yep.
But, you know, but hopefully it fixed her problem, you know. But did you see where Carnival is actually building another one of those big XL ships?
I did not, no.
You know, they signed a deal. It's supposed to be out in like 2027, you know, but, you know, the company in Germany is supposed to be building it, but, you know, so that'd be their 4th one. You know, I think they're going to do away with all the small boats before it's over with. You know, when they get 6,500 people on a boat, you know, versus, you know, 2,000. But, you know, I mean, the Spirit class ships hold, you know, just right at 2,000. You know, if they can get, you know, 3 times that on a boat.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, And these newest Royal Caribbeans, I think that it says 8,500 passengers, I think it is.
I read the other day a little over 7, and that's why I couldn't believe that they, they're so much bigger than what Carnival's XL ships are, but still, only holding, another 500 to 1,000 people more is all. I mean, I've seen pictures of the Icon, and it's about the ugliest boat I've ever seen, but it's, I don't like the layout of it. I mean, you've had a balcony on the back of the boat, the aft balcony on the corner there. Well, the balcony cabins on the back of the Icon, you're actually overlooking and looking down at, whatever they've got going on the deck down below. They're not, the cabins are not truly in the back of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't like that idea. Of course, the reviews I've seen is, for the most part, most of your balcony cabins have very little privacy. When they got balcony cabins on the inside around the atrium.
I see that. That's got to be a weird. So you're kind of looking down on the down in the mall or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I would not have that cabin for nothing. I was like, I want to walk out on my balcony and everybody stand there seeing
right?
me.
Yeah.
But but shoot. Yeah, I thought all that, and I thought that was, just to me, it's that ship is just, I wouldn't do it. Of course, they get bigger and better, they think. But of course, that's a different crowd that goes to Royal Caribbean. You've never done a Royal Caribbean cruise,
Never. No. Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think so. But I mean, I don't see any benefit to it, for the different people.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody says, the Carnival's kind of the Walmart of the seas. That, it all depends on what you want. But and a friend of mine just come back from a cruise in Galveston, and we talked about this here several months ago, and he said that the Galveston port down there, I think he was on the Dream, said that, the dogs were looking at everybody when they come on the boat, and I've talked to several people that said, that they're in Port Canaveral, they're in Miami, they're in, all the cruise ports down there, they are working the dogs pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I mean, getting on the boat, I would have really thought that when they said it, it'd been like, it'd been the catching them coming back from the ports down there, but yes, they are cracking down on that big time. I mean, he said he got pulled aside and he didn't have anything, but the dog stuck his nose in his pocket. And I guess he had his gambling money in his pocket, and the dog, High Tech was talking about dog smelling money, and that's what, Angel said that, that's what the dog hid on, was his money in his pocket. But, I mean, you never know where that money's been, though. I mean, oh well. So you had a birthday party for Avery, huh?
Yes, indeed. Yep, had a good day.
Did you go play laser tag?
No, I pretty much watched. I watched all the activities. Oh. Yeah.
That laser tag could be pretty exhilarating. I've played it before, and I don't know if I could do it now or not. But getting too old for that. But it'll take it out of you. But anyway.
You saying we're getting
old?
old?
Well, I'll get off here.
We're getting old.
Yeah, I think so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But, all right. Well, have a good week. We'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Thanks for checking in, Scotty. It is 844-844-3388. All right. Going back to High Tech. We're checking up on the trucker protest. Yeah, boycotting New York, to which I don't think there's anything going on. Newsweek yesterday, I guess, kind of gave an update. It all goes back after the judge ordered Trump to going to pay the $354 million, the business fraud and all that. I'm not going to go through all that. But some conspiracy theorists, social media users sharing content trying to depict the boycott's impact. Photograph empty supermarket shelves allegedly taken at a grocery store in New York. A post on X from the Freight Bandit on February 21st, here just a few days ago. Viewed 1.2 million times, stated, "I'm at a Whole Foods in Brooklyn," alongside a photo of empty shelves. Conspiracy theorist Steve Peters reposted the claim, writing, "Looks like the truckers are following through with their threat to stop all deliveries to New York City." This photo is not of a grocery shortage caused by the New York trucker boycott, noted by another user. The photo was taken in January of 2022, when indeed there were grocery shortages caused by the COVID pandemic. There were lots of empty shelves. The photo was used in an article by CNN, which was talking about the supply chain impact at that point in time by the spread of the Omicron variant of COVID. As they reported at the time, the rapid spread caused huge numbers of workers in the food industry to quarantine. There was a shortage of working truckers at the time, exacerbating the issue. One grocery distributor said the number of cases reported among staff had tripled. Now, this 2022. There appears to be no other evidence as of the time of publication that the New York food industry is facing any sort of supply shortages over this proposed boycott. The boycott being dismissed by some online who have rubbished notions that it might gain widespread appeal. One social media user, the blue-collar trucker, sharing how the trucker strike against New York is not happening. Nobody's talked to me about it. And I know a lot of other guys on other platforms like, we've never talked about it. So one, it's not happening. There's no strike against New York City, not over the Trump case. Just more and more people refusing to go there because of other issues, has nothing to do with Trump. I think we shared some of his sentiments before. Yeah, there's a large number of truck drivers that indeed refuse to go into New York for one reason or another. And we had shared, in many cases, you're not really treated very friendly in New York. All right, back to the AT&T. Hey, this should make you feel better. AT&T is going to award billing credits to consumers impacted last week, the disruption. Their 5G network covers around 290 million people across the country, dealing with service interruptions for more than 10 hours on Thursday. So they said on Saturday they're going to credit impacted consumers for the average cost of a full day of service. We recognize the frustration this outage has caused, and we let many of our customers down. We're taking steps to prevent this from happening again in the future. That was the word Saturday when they made the announcement. I believe it's going to total up to about $5. You're going to get like a $5 credit on within the next two billing cycles. Credited. In other words, you probably won't even notice. But it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Crime in the streets, violence in the streets. This was a scene, something like straight out of the movie Gone in 60 Seconds. When you got a group that all goes out stealing cars. Story out of Waukesha, Wisconsin says a group of teenagers believed to be from the Chicago area broke into a luxury car dealership in Wisconsin and drove off with 9 vehicles worth more than $500,000. Sunday's heist at the Jaguar Land Rover dealership in Waukesha captured on surveillance camera footage showing 9 masked suspects filing into the dealership before each drives off in a car about, this is to say about 19 miles west of Milwaukee. The video also shows one car being backed up, smashing through an overhead service door. Police say the suspects broke into the dealership about 6 o'clock Sunday morning, found where the keys were stored, and then activated those key fobs to find the cars. Beep, beep, right there. Oh, there's the car. 9 subjects went out and throughout looking for keys. One person finds where the keys are hidden, then they start to disseminate those to their friends. 9 vehicles valued at more than $583,000. One suspect, a 17-year-old Chicago boy, was indeed arrested Sunday in the southern Wisconsin community of Pleasant Prairie after the stolen vehicle he was driving crashed along Interstate 94 during a police pursuit. He's being held in the Waukesha County Jail. $50,000 bond, facing burglary, theft, criminal damage to property charges. Police said Sunday the suspects are believed to be an organized crime group of teenagers from the Chicago area. All or most of the teen suspects are known to members of the police task force in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. And police in that 2-state region were still searching for 8 other suspects. But 6 of the 9 stolen vehicles have indeed been recovered. 4 in Chicago, 1 in the Chicago suburb of Deerfield, and 1 in Wisconsin after that highway crash that led to the 17-year-old's arrest. All right, crime in the streets, smash and grab. Who we got on board?
This is Vic.
Hello, Vic.
Okay. I called up to talk about the open borders. But anyway, you mentioned that deal there with that ring, stealing those. Usually those rings, you've probably seen that, they go out and get somebody, teenager, adolescent, somebody underage, to go out and do their dirty work. And that's just what I was thinking when you were talking about that. And those gangs, they have to create new territory every so often. And I know Chicago at one time, or Cook County, they were so overloaded with gangs. I think they estimated they had 60 to 80,000 of them up there, that there was no new territory. So if somebody wanted to get into one of the gangs, they had to go out and find new territories, and they have a whole recruitment strategy there. They started some little gang, then they finally worked their way up to the Bloods or the Crips or the Gangster Disciples. But I don't know if that's still going on or not. But this open border thing, you know, one of the things I've seen J.D. Vance give an interview over the weekend, and he was talking about these communities that were bringing these people in there basically so they could get more congressional representatives. And I think he was mentioning that someone had mentioned that California actually have more congressional representatives than they're supposed to have because they managed to get the illegals in the last census. I don't know if you remember that dust up or not. But the other part of that is these cities and communities, they get so much government subsidies based on the census. So I guess these communities figure, hey, if we can keep bringing these people in, and, you know, whether it's like the churches, faith-based initiatives, or the nonprofit groups, or whatever, they get so much money for doling out government subsidies. And I don't know exactly what the idea is that they're allowing this to happen, or what Joe Biden thinks is going to happen. But what's really going to happen was, just like you seen that Georgia nursing student that got killed, you know, over the weekend, and you were mentioning, at some point they're going to start bringing, you know, more and more crime, like the Mexican crime, into the United States. And when I heard Braindead talking about Memphis there, I don't know if it's, I haven't been there for a long time, but used to the Latin Kings and the Viceroys or something, or whatever it was, they were the big gangs there in Memphis, and I guess that's really gotten out of control, and along with a lot of other cities. But I believe that a lot of these local mayors and whatever, I believe that we're letting that illegal thing, you know, them crossing the border, think they would kind of turn a blind eye to it because they could get government money for that. But now it's getting to the point to where these cities are have to spend more money, you know, fighting crime and everything else with it, that's not a profitable position for them anymore. So I'm not exactly sure. Biden's not going to do anything about it. And, and that was the other thing too, with Nikki Haley talking about, you know, she was going to stay in the fight or something and whatever. And my first thought was, well, what exactly are you fighting for? You know, are you fighting, you know, for more immigration, or I don't know exactly what she's fighting against Trump for, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So there's when Trump was there and had everything going the right direction, I don't really, you know, I'm never going to meet a president or anything of that nature. And if they're a little bit caustic, or if they're charismatic, it really is not going to make a whole lot of difference to me one way or the other. It's just, you know, what are their policies doing for me? And that was the deal with Trump. He was getting a lot of stuff lined up, and he wasn't well supported by some of his associates or whatever. You know, well, know about that story, and oddly enough, Nikki Haley was kind of one of them. So whenever that, what do you call it, American for Prosperity or something, that pulled out on that, well, I don't know if that was the same group or not, but there's a capital investment group, and oddly enough, when we had the big automobile crisis way back when, and there was something called Americans for Competitiveness or something along that line. Well, they ran screaming to the government to get their bailout. So those people are all for no government and all that type of stuff until suddenly they get in a pinch and they don't really believe in free enterprise.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much been the status of the Republican Party for some time now. And they just look around for one type of project or another, Defense Department, a lot of those people. And Nikki Haley came from that Defense Department bunch. I guess she made a lot of money on some type of investments in defense budgets. So, I just look at the whole thing, and I don't understand why that this government is putting up with it, and I still don't understand how Biden got elected. But the court cases that they have against him, I'm still well, like with Penny Willis down in Georgia, when she brought that case up, and that kind of coincided with what's his name, Jack Smith. I looked up the 12th Amendment and that Electoral Count Act of 1887, and everything that Trump did in looking for other electors. And the 12th Amendment says that the electors do not have to abide by their state's elections.
Mm-hmm. I had seen that. Well, we got to pause there. We'll return after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Donald Trump wins the South Carolina primary, defeating Nikki Haley in her home state. The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday, and I think we're leading 91-7.
I'm grateful to South Carolina. I always have been, and I always will be. And I'm grateful that today is not the end of our story.
Now, Haley saying she is staying in the race and heading to Michigan. The primary there is Tuesday, and then the following week is Super Tuesday.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
There is new information about the suspect accused of killing a University of Georgia nursing student who was out for a jog near the campus in the town of Athens. The 26-year-old man, an illegal alien from Venezuela. Police saying it's a crime of opportunity.
The investigation suggests that they had no relationship. He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happened.
The police chief saying the man is charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another. This is the first murder on the campus in 20 years. Classes have been canceled until Monday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Taking a look now at your money, the Dow finishing the session Friday up 62 points to close at 39,131. The Nasdaq losing almost 45 points and the S&P 500 gaining almost 2 points. Elon Musk promising to make things good with a San Jose, California bakery called The Giving Cafe after Tesla cancels a $16,000 pie order at the last minute. In news now for your health, the norovirus stomach bug spreading in the Northeast with cases in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Doctors say it is hyper-contagious and causes diarrhea in adults and children. It's out of this world. The U.S. back on the moon. USA's Corey Myers with details.
Unmanned robotic lunar lander Odysseus, launched by a private U.S. company, Intuitive Machines, landed on the moon's surface.
We can confirm, without a doubt, as our equipment is on the surface of the moon, and we are transmitting. So, congratulations, IM team. We'll see how much more we can get from that.
It was the first American mission to land on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, and the first private spacecraft ever to make a soft landing there. NASA paid IM $118 million to take 6 instruments for testing to the moon. Odie was also carrying a part for a future moon telescope.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, performance, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, time zone to time zone, working our way into a new day. Greatest day of the week, yeah, Monday. Meanwhile, how was your weekend? Hopefully, everybody's safe. Had some baseball action over the weekend, is that correct? Rick in Columbus checks in this morning. Coffee up, go Reds. All right. 5-7, what do we got? At the house, copy the mail. Little Green is cold iron this morning. Chilling in the South Carolina grass. Got wife's doctor's appointment. Yeah. Get the hair done as well. Okay. Now, he did go on to say, my wife and I are happy about the vote for Trump. Are the Democrats getting nervous yet? Well, I think they are. Nikki vowing to press on to Super Tuesday. But it is not looking good for Super Tuesday as well, just as the polling leading up to her home state in South Carolina, which votes Trump 61%, Haley 39%. The next, the two will next compete on March 5th, Super Tuesday. First, we have Michigan this week, right? This Tuesday, I believe. But Super Tuesday, no less than 16 states and territories will choose 876 delegates, or 36% of the Republican National Convention this summer. Now, even before Trump's big win in the Palmetto State Saturday, the polls are showing him demolishing Haley between anywhere from 20 to as many as 60 percentage points in every Super Tuesday state. In Texas, where there's no party registration, a recent morning consult poll showed Trump leading Haley by a whopping 84% to 15% among likely voters. Massachusetts, which was a state which Haley's team clearly felt she had a chance because of the more moderate history of the Republican voters and the likelihood of independents maybe crossing over to the Republican primary to support the one-time UN ambassador against Trump. But just completed Suffolk University poll shows Trump leading her by 55.4 to 38.3 among likely Republican primary voters in the Bay State. Even before Super Tuesday, they will clash in the Michigan primary, which will be Tuesday, the 22nd, tomorrow. Michigan has never had party registration, and crossover voting from Democrats, and in 2012 boosted former Senator Rick Santorum to a near upset of the more moderate Republican and Michigan native Mitt Romney. This time, likely primary voters favor Trump 79% to 19%. And keep your eye on the black voters in Michigan who come into the Republican primary to support President Trump. Dr. Linda Tarver, vice chairman of the Ingham County Lansing, said a lot of us remember that unemployment among black people was the lowest ever when he was president. And his policies lifted up a lot of blacks. Now, she flew to Columbia, South Carolina for a pre-primary dinner of the Black Conservative Federation honoring Trump. running for the Republican National Committee committeewoman from Michigan. As she did in New Hampshire, Haley was counting on crossover votes to boost her total in South Carolina, but in both states, the strategy clearly did not work. Trump won both states handily, and his winning margin in South Carolina, the largest of any non-incumbent presidential candidate since the Republican primary began in 1980 there. Representative Joe Wilson, an early Trump backer, who was also a longtime friend of Nikki Haley and her husband, said, "I can't speak for anyone else, but if it were me, I'd get out of the race and urge the Republican Party to get behind our certain nominee, Donald Trump." His view seconded by Kershaw County Republican Chair, who would not say whether Haley should leave the race, but she quickly added, as a party official, I've got to remain neutral in the primary, but, we're all just pretty much seeing the reality of where things stand. Come on, all right. Meanwhile, back to Vic here on a Monday. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there, trying to get my thoughts better organized here. I think Nikki Haley is counting on some of these court cases going against Trump, and I think the people that were backing her are looking at these cases and saying they're pretty flimsy, and if he starts, one case falls, then that's going to make it tougher for the other cases to be prosecuted. And I was deal with that Fannie Willis there in Georgia, and Brian Kemp complaining about the nursing student getting killed and the open borders. It's like Brian Kemp had the ability to properly investigate all these different fraudulent election claims. And from what I looked at, that Trump was fully up between the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act. He was fully within his rights to get a different slate of electors in case that it was investigated and there was fraudulent activity. Mm-hmm. But as far as I know, there was never any honest investigation there in Georgia. So, Brian Kemp's got to share a little bit of that blame too. But the other thing is that this Fannie Willis down there, she went after the lower level people. And I just wondered if she gave them their Miranda rights, or if she was supposed to, or if she offered them free legal service, or exactly how she went about doing that. Because I don't know, I don't keep up on that stuff. Pappy or somebody else out there might keep up on them, but I think that they could, if she didn't, as they say, cross the T's and dot the I's, that a lot of those people could get any sort of charges dismissed. But that's just my thought on the subject. And I just, as I look at the whole thing, I don't think that Nikki Haley's strategy is going to work as far as hoping that Trump will get prosecuted, because I really, on any of these cases, they say, well, they're going to run him out of money. And I was telling you last week, this person that I was talking to, broker friend and stuff, and he's he has a lot of powerful friends. That the way the Biden administration goes against anybody or after anybody, that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to mention. But he has contacts, and a lot of them are actually within the Navy and stuff. And they keep up, and he was worried about Trump running out of money, and I reminded him, well, Trump is still going to have money coming in. It's not like Trump only has so much money, and that's it. And once he goes through that, and I believe even there, and what is $100,000 a day they're running up interest on it or something of that nature. Yeah. So we're coming into tourist season and one thing and another, so his casinos will start bringing him some money too, and there are other things that will bring him money. So they can't really count on a static cash flow, he's going to be able to last longer than what a lot of people think he will. And then if things start falling the way I think they will, he will probably wind up being the nominee. And I don't know what they'll do to try to keep him from getting elected this time. I'm sure they'll try something or whatever.
Right.
But by and large, as they look at the 2020 election, they should be saying, that was an unusual election and we did these things, and that's what led to all the controversy. So like your mail-in ballots, they weren't thoroughly vetted or any absentees and all that stuff. If you do it and do it right, I believe Florida did it and had no problem at all because, signatures had to be verified and everything had to be in so many days before the election. It's not like let's have the election and then let's count the mail-in ballots. No, the mail-in ballots have to be counted before the election, and then the results have to be known on those. And that's I know that's the way it was here in Indiana. You had to have everything back within a certain date. But the big problem was they just did a wholesale mailing of ballots, whether people wanted it or not. And a lot of people lived in apartments that they had moved out, so if somebody got that mail-in ballot request, they could send it back in and vote. There was very little verification of anything. So, but the gist of it is, they can bring in all the people they want to across the southern border, and if the elections are held according to law, then there will not be, those people coming in will be of no value in the election. They will be of value in getting congressional seats and getting money for the various jurisdictions. I don't know how much it is, but there's, when you get your annual census or your census every 10 years, it says government payments are based on whatever your population is. And unfortunately, a lot of these jurisdictions depend on money from the federal government. And I don't know if you remember Nancy Pelosi talking about food stamps were a good thing, or the EBT cards, because that brought money back to the local community. Well, exactly. It might, but somebody had to pay for it. You know what I mean? So it's not a good thing. So anyway, the other thing is on a totally different subject. What you call it? Biden's dog. I don't know which one bit somebody again or something or whatever. I don't understand. I just caught a little bit of. Was that High Tech talking about he's training dogs? Or
yes,
something
that's
there?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. Well, Biden has access to all kinds of government training things to train obedience and stuff. So to get at the bottom of that, I think all the military dogs and service dogs are trained at Lackland Air Force Base, all the services anymore. But there are also other schools around for all these different SWAT teams and one thing and another. But I don't know. I don't know why that dog is still biting people. I think Secret Service even has a training camp. I don't know. So it just struck me as odd that there's something going on, because a German Shepherd they're usually, there's something that has to give them incentive to bite people or something. I don't know why, but if you have I know my daughter, her son had a German Shepherd, and guy said that, I don't know, he had a story with it, and I said, that's a junkyard dog. And he didn't believe me. I said, that's been an abandoned dog or something or whatever. And he did bite, I think he bit about everybody in the family one time or another, but he would bite him because when he went to eat, they would try to mess with his food. I kept telling him, don't mess with a dog and anyway.
Right.
And he had a strong sense of always wanting, if they got fast food, he'd literally get in the trash and want to, lick the fast food off. And I said, well, I imagine he's been living out someplace that's a stray, and he's figured out where to go get food, probably behind a fast food restaurant or something someplace, and he does not want anybody messing with that. But other than that, he's a fine dog, and you know, he's been easy trained and everything else. But you don't mess with him, you know, when he has food. I had to fill out a lot of bite reports when I was in the Air Force, and they'd say, "Oh, well, this dog, it never bit anybody before," and it's quite a procedure when they'd bite him. And, well, yeah, the kid was pulling on his tail, or he did this, or he did that. So, anyway.
Don't be pissing the dog off, right? And then he won't bite you. USA Today, I guess this was this Friday. President Biden has now banished German Shepherd Commander. Has inflicted more damage with bite incidents than we ever thought. Newly released records from the Secret Service to USA Today reveal the dog was involved in at least 25 biting incidents in less than a year's time. Biting everybody. This month, the Secret Service released 269 pages related to a Freedom of Information Act request that included email traffic with anecdotes of bites. 23 incidents from October of 22 to July of 23. That does not count 2 more incidents in September and October that finally prompted the commander's removal. I guess so he's not at the White House anymore. The list showed bites on agents' arm, hands, thighs, back, wrist, elbows, waist, chest, ammunition magazine pouch. At least 11 of the incidents actually required medical attention. Records showed the dog bit White House staff, Secret Service agents, and Navy staff. One case last summer, Commander bit an agent in the Jacqueline Kennedy Garden, south of the White House East colonnade. It was captured on surveillance video, showed the dog racing at the agent, tackling him to the ground. He received a deep laceration that required stitches. East Wing tours were suspended that June day while maintenance crews mopped up the puddles of blood near the bookseller's room. Okay, bad dog. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
There was a little bit more on Commander, the bad dog. Commander's bites happened not only on the White House grounds, but on trips to Camp David, Nantucket, Rehoboth Beach. Back in July, First Lady Jill tried to call the dog off as it barked and bounded toward a special agent. hit the agent in the left forearm, deep open wound. Agent reported losing a significant amount of blood and received 6 stitches from the White House medical team. The agent's boss emailed him that they jokingly considered a care package of Advil, antibiotic cream, pepper spray, a muzzle, and some dog biscuits for safety purposes, but they thanked him for staying on the job. Agents expressed concern that Commander's behavior continued to cause a risk of serious injury and traded tips on how not to get tagged, as they called it. Standing tall and yelling his name and stop is your best bet to not get bit. According to one agent, once I yelled at him and faced him, he turned around and started sniffing a bush. Okay. Commander. What do you say there, Horse Feathers?
Oh, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor, since I was so rudely interrupted by the news. But I guess that happens twice an hour. So anyways, there, hey, Commander here. Well, as High Tech was saying there, he talked about that Cesar Millan there, the dog whisperer who, came to this country illegally. Now, not that he hasn't made himself legal in some way. I don't know what he did, but he was a border jumper. And then he gets a TV show out of it.
How about that?
Isn't that wonderful? Yeah. So anyways, but that's neither here nor there. But he has some good workings to make dogs do, and maybe Joe Biden ought to get a hold of him, or Jill Biden, because she's probably the one that's coherent enough to make the phone call. But she should have brought him out a long time ago. But yeah, Commander should have never been anywhere near government property ever since his first bite. Don't know why that got allowed to continue on, but I don't know. Being around the dogs I've been around, we had Great Danes and know people with Great Danes, and dogs are dogs, and no matter how lovable and fun-loving and goofy-ish they can be dogs, and they can be, strong and cause problems. And when you got a dog that size and he caused a bite, you got to tell him it's the first time that it's not acceptable, and you got to put it in terms that he completely understands that it's not acceptable. So, anyways, but my way of dog training might not be approved by PETA or a few of those other groups out there. But,
I don't know if he was. These guys, I guess they're not like in any kind of military uniform or anything. The Secret Service agents, right? They're usually like in a suit and tie, right? Yeah, I should have looked at the clock first, because we're going to get run over here, aren't you? We'll return after this to Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Be right back.
USA News Update.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Donald Trump wins the South Carolina primary, defeating Nikki Haley in her home state. The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday. We're leading 91-7.
Now, Haley saying she is staying in the race and heading to Michigan. The primary there is Tuesday, and then the following week is Super Tuesday.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we've got Ford in the news. Sales of that F-150 Lightning not going well. More on that coming up. Space junk. It's a problem. It's a growing problem. 30,000 pieces of junk floating around out there, bigger than a softball. Untold numbers of smaller pieces. More on that coming up here as well. And of course, hey, later today, it is Monday. We will kick off week number 3 of our Big Rig Duo, our Diesel Duo package giveaway via Facebook. This should go up about the noon hour today, as the case has been the last couple of weeks. When you go to Facebook, it's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Follow the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and go to the comments and simply comment Hot Shot Secret. Another winner comes up this Friday. And if you weren't with us this past Friday morning, congratulations to Harry Gordon Jr.
a.k.a. Dirty Harry. He was Friday's winner. The Big Rig Duo, that's two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, I believe it is. Yeah, the Diesel, I had to double check. I couldn't remember if it was the Everyday Diesel Treatment or the Diesel Extreme. Diesel Extreme. So there you go. It's like a $200 value. This will be week number 3 of 4, so get registered to win. All right. Welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, try one more time, right? So anyways, yeah, it shouldn't matter what clothes anybody's wearing. I mean, if the dog isn't in voice command, he needs to be in electric collar command or something that when you tell him no or whatever, or tell him to down or place or stay, whatever happens, that he does exactly that when he's told to do it. I mean, dogs aren't people, horses aren't people, animals aren't people, and I'm sorry, but you can't treat them like they are. It's kind of like people raising kids and treat their kids like they're adults and give them the ability to make decisions and what they're going to do while they're children. It's like, no, they're not allowed a decision until they start earning money and paying bills. When they get to that point, then they can make decisions. Until that, they're told what to do. Again, I have no feelings, so anybody that's got thinking that horse feathers is just, I don't have feelings, so it doesn't affect. So, anyways, it's kind of true. So ask my wife. But anyways, that's beside the point. After our 28th wedding anniversary last week, it worked out good because she went to Rochester and I was home, and when she was coming home from Rochester, I went to work. So we celebrated well. Anyways, where was I going with that?
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, before I forget, thank you. So anyways, before I got to let you go here in a minute, it looks like Gilligan's going to try to sell you a swimsuit if he hasn't already. Did you see that that he put on there on that?
Yes. Yeah, some things cannot be unseen, and that's something I'd like to unsee.
He's not going to make you sport one of them there at the truck show there at the hotel swimming pool or something, is he?
Yeah. You remember when the inbred redneck showed up in a bikini? He got his ass tossed out.
Did he? No, okay. Yeah. I guess I wasn't there for that one. Oh, probably had Hogzilla there in a G-stringer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. There's another one for you. So anyways, but I don't know. We had a kind of a fast and furious weekend, and Saturday was pretty much involved in a funeral all day for one of the people that was a pretty good, important person with the one fire group that I got involved with, and he was a pretty main person in getting me involved into it and supported me the whole time trying to get the fire truck and all of that. So it was kind of a sad deal that he'd passed, and we had to go and have his celebration of life and take him to the cemetery and everything. But anyways, we got through it. But we're going to definitely be looking for somebody to fill a huge void in the organization, because he was a major promoter and made sure a lot of things happened and did a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of people don't realize it happened. And so anyways, we'll get through, but we're definitely still looking forward to the whole thing going on in June. I mean, we got the American Truck Historical Society going to be in York, and that, I believe, is a 3-day thing from Thursday to Saturday. It should be the second. It's the first full week of June, but it's like the second week of June, so it's like the 6th to the 8th, or the 8th to the 10th, or something like that. But in the whole thing going on with that week, the SPAMPA deal, the Preservation of Antique Fire Apparatus Association, they're having their summer conference in York as well, which our fire group is actually hosting it, and it's not at the same location as the American Truck Historical Society, but that's actually, I believe, a 5-day event. And on the 5th day, we have our muster, which is a Saturday, and I believe it's the 8th of June. I'll have to double check all these dates because I never remember this stuff, and you know that. Everybody else out there knows I don't remember nothing. So anyways, but there'll be the muster going on, and so we'll have some pumping going on and trucks doing stuff and fire trucks to look at, and there's supposed to be a whole bunch of ambulances and hearses join us with the fire trucks. So if you ever want to come out and see the old Cadillacs and all those other things that were used for ambulances and hearses, that it was pretty much unbelievable. You could do something with those, but it's going to be pretty cool to see all the stuff that dates back probably. I believe there's going to be at least one horse-drawn hearse there, so back to the early 1900s. So there's going to be a whole lot of fun of events, and
wow.
I believe there's shuttle at least on Friday or on Saturday. I mean, going back and forth between the two shows. So if you get parked in one place, you should be able to ride a shuttle over to the other place and that. But the two groups kind of aren't working together, but they are working together. So I haven't gotten all the logistics of how everything's working, but I'll keep everybody updated here on. And then the next show comes up a week later up in Macungie. There's another truck show up there by the ATTC. I forget what their antique truck and something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But they had their show the following week. But on the Sunday after the American Truck Historical Society show, they're actually going to convoy the equipment from York. Anybody who wants to join is going to be in a convoy from York to Macungie, which is Allentown, Pennsylvania. And then the equipment is going to stay at the Mack Museum up there in Allentown. And so it'll be in a secured facility up there. You don't have to worry about leaving it for the week in between. If you have a way to leave your equipment and go on home or come back, or heck, if you want to hang out, come out and hang out. We'll come down and hang out with Horse Feathers for a week. We'll find something for you to do.
Have a good time.
So, anyways, there you go. So, but if not, you got a chance to come for the weekend. I'll have stuff at both places. I'll have 3 things there for the American Truck Historical Society on that one, and then on Saturday the fire truck's got to move over to the other facility for Saturdays. So, and they get do some things it's supposed to do other than just sit and look pretty. But other than that, I guess we'll let you go, and we come up with a couple more things. And hey, when Gilligan calls, don't let him try to sell you anything, Your Honor. Just be careful.
Yeah, for the low price of $19.95, right? I bet he'd have a bargain too for $49.95. That's an additional $10 ripoff. All right, once upon a time, gazing at the night sky, kind of an escape from man-made messiness here on the earth. That is not the case anymore. Nearly 70 years after the launch of Sputnik, there are so many machines flying through space. Astronomers worry that their light pollution will soon make it impossible to study other galaxies with terrestrial telescopes. Then there's the space junk. Nearly 30,000 objects bigger than a softball, hurtling a few hundred miles above the Earth, moving 10 times faster than a bullet. And after NOAA used high-flying aircraft to take first-in-a-generation samples of the stratosphere, new science shows that the for-profit space race is changing the sky in measurable ways with potentially harmful consequences for the likes of the ozone layer and the Earth's climate. We can see the fingerprint of human space traffic on stratospheric aerosol, adding a lot of material to the stratosphere that was never there before is something we are considering, as well as the sheer mass of material that we are putting into space. Study found that 10% of the particles in the upper atmosphere now contain bits of metal from rockets or satellites falling out of orbit and burning up. as we become increasingly dependent on information beamed down from above, the report predicts man-made debris will make up 50% of stratospheric aerosols in the coming decades. While there is uncertainty how this will affect the ozone layer and a complicated climate system that's already in crisis, of course, the commercial shift from solid rocket boosters on NASA's space shuttles to the kerosene that fuels SpaceX rockets has added tons of new fossil fuel emissions with every launch, while aging satellites create clouds of debris as they deorbit. We're talking about constellations of thousands of satellites that each weigh a ton or so, and when they come down, they're acting like meteoroids. According to the tracking site Orbiting Now, there are more than 8,300 satellites currently overhead, and predictions of how many will soon join them vary wildly. More than 300 commercial and government entities have announced plans to launch a staggering 478,000 satellites by the year 2030. Now, that number is likely inflated by hype. The U.S. Government Accountability Office predicts 58,000 satellites will launch in the next 6 years. Other analysts put that number to make it into orbit closer to 20,000, but even the lowest estimates could have been inconceivable in the giddy aftermath of Neil Armstrong's one small step. Okay. It is 844-844-3388. I do believe Philip is on board. We'll find out here right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we get a new week underway, Monday, as Captain Ron likes to say, greatest day of the week. Good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. Is that Philip?
It sure is. How you doing today, buddy?
Doing well. Welcome back. Get a new week started here.
Yep, sure do. Monday, back on the road again here. Hey, that was a great launch that SpaceX put up yesterday. I saw it. Went south, so I didn't hear all the roars and the booms and all that kind of stuff. They landed it back out on a drone out by the Bahamas. So But that was a good launch. And you were talking about satellites there just a moment ago. I believe it was 24. I might be wrong with my number there, but I think that's how many satellites they launched yesterday in that one rocket, Steve. So
okay.
There's 24 more up there probably. And you're talking about the amount of satellites. Just look what SpaceX is doing in a year. They're going to do over 100. You know, I mean, most of those flights are going to be Starlink missions. So you can do the math. That's a lot of stuff going up there. And there is actually a division of NASA that just watches space junk. And I've seen some of the illustrations of the amount of stuff that's flying around, and it's crazy. It's all over. It's like a bunch of little dots on the outside of the Earth just flying around in a circle. And there's a lot of debris up there, and a lot of people don't know it, but there's a lot of different kinds of metal in that debris. So if anybody wants to get the idea to kind of somehow invent some kind of rocket or machine that'll go up there and retrieve it, bring it back, who knows what you might make, you know, because we all know the space shuttle had a ton of gold, nickel, and silver in it. So there's a lot of stuff up there that, you know, you never know what's up there floating around that you can make your money on. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. I mean, and like I said, somebody's tracking. I mean, they're trying to track all this stuff, but I mean, they get the advisories. I mean, every so often, the International Space Station has to maneuver up or down or whatever because they're in the path of something.
Well, when you're going 17,500 miles an hour, and that's what the space station is going, you really don't want a half-inch bolt to hit you in the glass, if you know what I mean, Steve. You really don't want something just as small as a nut or a bolt to hit it. I mean, they had one space shuttle that they had a cracked windshield on, and all the times that they flew the space shuttle, other than the two that were destroyed, there was one space shuttle that came back with a cracked windshield, and they said that the piece that hit it was probably about an inch to 2 inches around in circumference. And you think about how thick that windshield was. That windshield was pretty thick. It was probably at least 3 to 4 inches thick. You know what they had made, how they had made it. So you think about something hit that about an inch in circumference. We'll use an inch as an example.
Yeah.
And caused a crack. Now, what happens when you got 30,000 of those things flying around there, and then you've got some of them as big as a school bus? Because there are some of those satellites up there, they're as big as a school bus. And you think about this, Steve. Remember those space shuttle launches? We loved them. They were great. They were fantastic to see fly. But you know that big tank that's in the middle of the space shuttle? Where did it go? Well, it got kind of burned up when it came back. Well, that's a pretty big piece. What do you think, Stephen? I'm pretty sure there's some big pieces of it still floating around up there. What do you know?
In all likelihood,
we don't know what. You know, shoot, we had a astronaut not too long ago lose a glove, or not a glove per se, but lost an item. I should say a tool was what he lost in space, or you know, and.
And I think maybe we lost Philip. I do believe. Yeah, he's rolling toward Mickey Mouse World there here on a Monday morning. All right, John, thanks for checking in. Have a great day if you don't check back in. So clear lines at 844-844-3388 as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. I mentioned Ford in the news. Now, Ford said on Friday they've halted shipments of all of the 2024 model year F-150 Lightning electric pickup trucks. Quality checks from an issue that they did not specify. Now, the number 2 U.S. automaker said the shipment halt started February 9th. They did not say when they expect to resume shipments that had begun in January of the EV truck. Spokesperson declined to say what quality issue was being checked. Ford also said last week that they've began shipping the first newly designed gas-powered 2024 model F-150 pickups to dealers. Now, they did say they expect to ramp up shipments in the coming week or weeks as we complete thorough launch quality checks to ensure the new F-150s meet our high standards. Automotive News reported hundreds, if not thousands, of 2024 model gas-powered F-150 trucks had piled up in storage lots in southeast Michigan since production started back in December. Back in September, Ford said they would start shipping the new F-150 early in 2024. Friday's announcement pretty much confirmed they're on plan. Now, last month they said they're going to reduce production of the electric, the F-150 Lightning. Demand lower than expected, as we know. They did say production of the EV truck is continuing. In January, they said they would cut production at the Michigan Rogue Electric Vehicle Center to one shift starting April 1st. Back in October, they temporarily cut one of three shifts at the EV plant. Ford told suppliers in December they planned to produce about 1,600 F-150 Lightning trucks per week, starting in January. Now, that's roughly half of the original plan to produce 3,200 a week. Here's the reality. Ford sold 24,165 F-150 Lightning trucks last year in this country, which was up about 55% from the previous year, but 750,000 F-150 total sales. So just over 24,000 electric out of 750,000 F-150 pickups, which obviously the traditional gas-powered remains the top pick, the one most drivers want to drive. It's 844-844-3388 as we close out another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday, and I think we're leading 91-7.
Donald Trump wins the Republican South Carolina primary, and despite her loss in her home state, Nikki Haley says she's staying in the race. Next stop, Michigan. The primary there on Tuesday.
In the next 10 days, another 21 states and territories will speak. They have the right to a real choice.
Now, speaking of victories, former President Trump winning a record 7th CPAC straw poll as he heads toward another nomination for president. Trump speaking Saturday afternoon at the annual gathering of conservatives at National Harbor in Maryland.
November 5th will be our new Liberation Day, but for the liars and cheaters and fraudsters and censors and imposters who have commandeered our government, it will be their Judgment Day. Their Judgment Day.
President Biden and First Lady Jill, along with Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, hosting a black-tie dinner at the White House Saturday night for the nation's governors.
Here's to possibilities. Possibilities, because I am never been more optimistic in my life about the prospects, what we can do if we just work together. There's nothing beyond our capacity.
Volkswagen recalling 260,000 cars due to a fire risk. USA's John Schaefer with details.
The car manufacturer indicates that compact cars in the U.S. might experience a fuel leak from a pump inside the gas tank. The recall affects Volkswagen Golf, Golf GTI, Golf Sportwagen, Jetta, and Audi A3 models that were produced between 2015 and 2020. As of now, no fires have been reported due to the issue.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Georgia Governor Republican Brian Kemp writing a letter to President Biden expressing outrage over the 26-year-old illegal alien from Venezuela who's accused of killing a female nursing student at the University of Georgia as she went out for a morning jog. Kemp demanding a response to questions surrounding the immigration status of the arrested suspect in the murder of Laken Riley. Kemp writing, Laken Riley's tragic death struck the hearts of Georgians everywhere and has rightfully sparked national outrage. As I have said many times before, the governor writes, every state is now a border state because of Joe Biden's inaction. And today I am again demanding answers and information from the Biden administration that will help us protect our citizens when the federal government will not. University of Georgia Police Chief Jeff Clark on the charges.
He has been charged with the following: malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another.
Former TV talk show host Wendy Williams announcing she has the same form of dementia that actor Bruce Willis is suffering from. Williams, who was 59, tested after having problems with her memory. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The four-wheel drive Superstock gas class punched its first 3 tickets to the Enderley. The Pro Stock diesel class crowned a maiden from the north, while a messy room cleaned up in the south. This, as all attention turns to the Bluegrass State for one spectacular night of indoor competition. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The 2024 Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals are returning to Freedom Hall on the grounds of the Kentucky Expo Center for a one-night-only thrill fest of smoke and noise on Saturday, March 23rd. 4 invitational Grand National classes are slated to appear beginning at 5 p.m. These include the 10,000-pound single-charger Pro Stock class with diesels approaching 4,500 horsepower. The 2,050-pound modified mini class with supercharged racing engines sitting inches from the driver between 8-foot frame rails. The 7,500-pound multi-engine modified class with 3 or 4 power plants spinning a pair of 30.5-inch tires in excess of 120 miles per hour. And the 20,000-pound super semis with unlimited cubes dragging a 30-ton weight transfer down a straight dirt track. Check out ntpapull.com for event and ticket info and ntpa.tv for the live stream. And now, here are your Regional National Superstock 4-wheel drive and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 champions from 2023. Darren Young, Cadiz, Ohio, Livewire, the 2023 Region 2 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. Reduced to 3 by a rainout in Truck Hub Cadiz, each surviving appearance by the Supers assumed critical status, as they counted toward not only the class's 3rd title, but also 2 first-time Enderley berths. Young led wire to wire, while ceding 2 to Luke Simeon's per hook out of the blue and holding off Davey Kenzorski's back in black. The 3-time champ then claimed the division's first pull-off victory. Tim Carta, Big Lake, Minnesota, pulling for autism, the 2023 Region 3 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. The Supers were the first in the region to name a champion. The Molnau's Terminal Velocity accelerated the win in Ellsworth in hopes of securing another team title, but runner-up Carta had other plans. He and his Pulling for Autism solved the puzzle by finishing second again in River Falls to take the lead. A 7th in a huge class at Anoka put Carta's winning hand at risk, but it was 4 back of Dan Harrell's Livid to set the final gap at 1. Brian Shue, Columbia City, Indiana, Iron Maiden, the 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 North champion. Shue's battleship-themed Dodge put on a riveting performance, concluding 2022 with 3 straight wins and sailing to a championship across 10 hooks in the North. Maiden racked up a victory in Paulding in June and then fortified its lead with W's in Dorr and Charlotte in July. 2 seconds and 3/3 further stretched Shue's advantage over his closest point-earning challenger, 22 champ Frank Kruger's Smoke Show, which won twice. Calvin Logan, Bowerston, Ohio, running out of room. The 2023 Region 2 Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 South champion. When the season reached the line of demarcation between early and late, Bowling Green, Logan was running out of time. He had peaked at 2nd in Marysville, but was mired in 3rd in the points. Then in Greenville, Room zoomed by the field by 10 feet and overtook the lead, after which 2 more seconds held off Jennifer Pushlar's Hellfire for the title. Now he'll have to find free space on the shop wall to hang that Enderley check. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Alrighty, thank you much. Welcome back. And welcome into a brand new day as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Hope you had a good weekend. How about the Carolina Monkey Gouger? Are we back to trailer trucking?
We back to trailer trucking, baby. We burning the midnight oil, baby. Just come through Oklahoma City. It's nice up here. I run the air conditioner this afternoon.
I was going to say, I mean, yeah, the big warm-up. We're supposed to be like 70s and 80s out there in the next day or two.
Yeah, it would be nice weather finally. I'm kind of glad to see it. I'd had enough of that white stuff and that slick stuff. Steve, I got a startling phone call Saturday night, and some of his buddies work for the Border Patrol down in Arizona.
Yeah.
And said Friday night they stopped 10 Syrians coming across the border, and every one of them was dressed in 511 tactical gear, brand new 511 tactical gear. And so they checked them out, told them, welcome to America. You know, that's the orders they got.
They let them in. Now,
you know, Steve, I tell you something. They let them in.
Wow.
Now, that is scary as hell. I mean, you know, everybody can see what's going on. The American people ain't stupid. They see that they're trying to amass a military over here under our nose. And, you know, Steve, I tell you, I was talking to some people today, and they said when this is going to make Pearl Harbor all over again. Because, I mean, you know, you take like that bridge, that was a test. They just proved they could shut that bridge down. They had something going on up in Chicago over the weekend where a bunch of them Palestine drivers got out there and tied up traffic. Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, they tested us. Now, what in the hell is this balloon floating around up there that said there ain't nothing to it?
I saw, I mean, that was Friday that kind of hit the news, and supposedly we sent some planes up there, and I don't know if it is maybe actually a weather balloon. They said there's nothing to be concerned with.
Yeah. But they were showing, you know, when they shot that thing down over South Carolina, and that white puff of smoke come out of it, well, mysteriously, everybody on that coastline come down with some kind of respiratory infection. Now, I want to know what the hell was in that balloon. I mean, you could see the powder flying out of it when the plane shot it, and everybody was lighting up Facebook about it last night. I tell you, Steve, it's scary. It's scary what's going on right now, and all the people that have got up here that we don't know who's in this country. And then that college girl got murdered down there in Georgia, and for he just wanted something to do, so he goes out and kills a college student. That's the second one. 2 weeks been killed by illegal alien.
Yes, sir. Yep. They're good people. They're just coming over to get. I'm sure those Syrians in their tactical gear. They're coming over here to get a good job.
Oh yeah. They and you know, Steve, I tell you that you get to thinking about this, and you look at the trucking companies off that West Coast out there that. Them people ain't Americans driving around this country looking at everything and writing things down and probably radioing back over there to them Chi-Coms that, you know, we got this, we got that. I mean, we're giving them a free rein to do whatever they want to. It's scary, man. We live in some very, very scary times right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I never did think I'd ever see it in this country. But You know, I reckon Texas has pretty much got their border sealed off down there now, and they cut the crossing there at Eagle Pass down to about 2 or 3, and they're escorting them right on back out the country when they come across. That's what should have been done to start with. They should have went ahead and finished building that wall that Donald Trump had appropriated the money on, and put a stop to all this bull crap. You know, we got laws and regulations in this country, just like Mexico's got them. You remember down there on the south border when they were shooting them Guatemalans and stuff trying to cross into Mexico, was gunning them down. You know, I mean, I don't want to see that happen over here, but I mean, we got to protect our country. I mean, that's just it. It's got to be protected. And they was raising hell about that, you know. Well, the Abbott's a warmonger. No, y'all forgot about that. Mexico down there had the machine gun nest down there on their southern border, protecting their border. What's the difference, you know? But I tell you, Steve, it's got me a little heebie-jeebie, man. I mean, you don't know who's next to you now.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting in the truck stop there in Oklahoma City eating dinner this afternoon, and I think that I was the only true American in there because everybody was, you know, and that's a shame. I mean, it really is. This is America. You know, if you can't live by the rules and regulations, go back to where you come from because we ain't changing for y'all. But, that's about my rant on that tonight. But, Steve, I had a close encounter of the third kind Saturday night. I was sitting over at Mobley, Missouri, in a little old truck stop eating me a Arby's roast beef sandwich. And this fella walked in, and he just staring at me. I said, wonder what the hell this guy's problem is. He's an elderly gentleman. And had a white shirt on and a pair of them blue jeans that had the crease in them that if you'd run your hand down them, it'd cut you. Decked out, had his hair rolled back, looked like Elvis Presley with them lamb chops, you know. He come over there and said, hold your left arm up. And I said, do what? He said, hold your left arm. Thought that was you. And he said, you don't remember me, do you? And I ain't seen this guy probably in about 35 years. And about, you know, you get to wondering about people and thinking about people. And I seen this truck. They had a picture of his truck on Facebook. And I told Deb, I said, I know that guy right there. I told Joe. We used to call him Truckin' Joe. I said, he was a character, man. He wore them white shirts everywhere he went, had them old dungarees creased down like a razor blade,
right.
The cowboy boot, had that hair rolled back like Elvis Presley. Me just sitting there and got to laughing and talking. I like to run late making my appointment. I thought, I got to get out of here, man. So we exchanged phone numbers. I mean, you know, ain't seen nobody, ain't seen the guy in 35 years, and in Bodunk, Missouri, pop into it. You know, you never know about trucking.
How about that?
It ain't an adventure. A job is an adventure, you know. So we had a good conversation. I turned him on to the radio station. I said, hey, look, man, you know, you up at night. You can listen to us at night. Call in. I said, they'll give you a free gift certificate. You get some stuff for your truck and everything. I said, don't be a stranger. Call in. He said, I'm going to do it. So if a fella calls you by the name of Trucker Joe, you know who it is.
Trucker Joe, okay.
But
note to self.
Trucker Joe, I tell you, he's 76 years old and still trucking, man.
Wow.
I tell you, trucking ain't been good to him. I didn't recognize him, but that thing tickled. He said, yeah, hold your left arm up. And I held it up. He said, yeah, I thought that was you. But, Steve, I tell you, I don't, these truck stops at night, you know, they've been hollering truck shortage. You can't get in a truck stop nowhere after dark. Where's your shortage of trucks at?
there's plenty of them out there, Gouger.
That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of trucks, you know. I mean, I don't know what they're hauling, but they hauling something. Because, I mean, I pulled in the truck stop this afternoon it was about 1:30 when I got down there. Found me a nice place where the breeze was blowing through, you know, and I said, well, I'll be comfortable here. Turn my fan on back there, laid down, you know. At about 6 o'clock, I woke up sweating. I said, damn. Had to cut the air conditioner on. There was a couple trucks there, and I woke back up about 11:30, and it was full. I thought I had to wake a fella up. I said, hey, man, I hate to wake you up, but I got to get out of here. No problem. I'll move for you. I said, well, you can have my spot. I said, I'll hold it for you. You get lined up here at the back end of it. But, I mean, I just don't understand where the ATA is thinking that we need more of these H-1 visa drivers over here because we don't need them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going over that rule in the DOT Green Book, and it says that, you know, you must speak and understand the English language. Be able to speak it, comprehend it, and all of that.
Correct.
Well, every airline pilot in the world has to talk English. I mean, it don't matter if he's from Germany or France or Swahili, he got to talk English. So why ain't they enforcing that over here?
I don't have an answer, Gouger. I mean, it's the CVSA they took it off the list of out-of-service criteria, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 years ago. Although it's still in the Green Book, the CVSA says it's not an out-of-service thing.
Right. And this is a brand new, I got it at the truck stop, so I had the updated version of it, because the other one I had was about 10 or 12 years old, looking kind of ragged.
Mm-hmm.
I throwed it in the trash, got me a brand new one, and went right to that page. It's still in the DOT Green Book. It's a rule, you know. So why don't they enforce the rule they got on the book instead of trying to make all this new crap? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely. And those that can't, if they can't read if they can't speak English or read English, that they don't know what the signs they don't know what the signs say.
No, they don't know what's going on. They hadn't got a clue. I mean, you know, we see it every day. Speed limit 55, construction workers out there, and they come barreling through there, just got it full bore, boy. They ain't shaked up a bit dancing down through there.
So what the hell?
Have
you seen this video that came out like over the weekend? I don't know. Is that South Carolina? It says one of our guys sitting at a rest area in South Carolina, and this truck come plowing through there. I mean, they must be doing 50 miles an hour.
He said that guy was running 70. Said he went to sleep, run off the road, run in there. Good friend of mine's friend was sitting in the he's the one that took the video of it.
Okay, yeah.
Johnny's big in that Reach Across America. Me and him been friends for, I don't know, back 50 years ago. We've been friends. And he called me and said, I got to sing you something. It happened up there in your home state. I said, what is it? He said, look at it, call me back. Now, man, Steve, I could not believe that. I mean, can you imagine those poor people that were asleep when that guy come barreling up in there running 70 miles an hour?
The Werner truck was the first one he hit, but I mean, right in the sleeper berth, right there, slammed him.
Nah, I hadn't heard if anybody got killed in that fiasco, but it looked like to me wiped out about 5 trucks.
Correct.
What it looked like to me. I mean, I tried to count them. But he hit that Warner truck so damn hard he made the flashing lights come on it. If you go back and look at it, because he's sitting there and he ain't got no lights, and when he gets jackknifed in there, the blinker lights come on it.
Wow.
I mean, that was a hell of an impact. And I think I know where that happened at. I think that happened over there right there below Waterburn. I could be wrong. But that, I mean, it's real easy to drift off the road right there and go right up that ramp, right into that rest area. But they said he went to sleep. Come in there and said he had it rolling, boy.
Wow.
Now, I did not see the name on the truck. All I seen was an
extra
one of them rental
trailers.
I
Yeah,
didn't see, you know.
Exactly.
Right.
So I probably had the cruise control like set at 70 or whatever, and just flew right in there.
Just barrel right up in there. I mean, it was a bad wreck. There ain't no doubt about it. It gets your attention, makes you think, don't it?
It sure does.
Well, have you got your 3D glasses ready for the big solar eclipse?
Haven't got my glasses yet, no. But we don't have to drive but a couple miles here, Pappy. I mean, because Pappy is where he lives. I think his home 20 may be right there on the edge of totality. And we're talking about trying to maybe go a few miles to the west over in Indiana. And, yeah, we'll be in totality.
Right.
Yep.
David called me and said, hey, let's get a damn airline ticket, get up and on that Delta airline to go fly through there. I said, have you looked at the price of them tickets? She said, no. I said, well, you look at them tickets and call me back and see how bad you want to see that solar eclipse.
Uh-oh.
I said, I don't want to see that bad. She called me back and said, I believe I had a brain lamp when I was thinking about that. I said, yeah, I believe you did. But I remember the last one happened there in South Carolina. We was right in the epic center of it. That little old town of Pinewood, South Carolina. 600 people grew up to about 10,000 overnight. Sold out of hot dog buns, everything, man. There were people lying down that little main street, the little telescope set up there, everything. We went out there and got on that hill behind Daddy's house and got out there with our funky looking glasses and watched it. But when that thing passed over, that thing had the most eeriest light when it was coming back to daylight. I mean, everything looked silver. And I got pictures of it and everything. It was wild, man. Dogs going crazy, chickens started crowing, every damn thing. I said, you dumbasses, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. What y'all crowing for?
That's what they say, that some of the nocturnal animals will come out and whatnot. They'll think it's nighttime.
Yeah, I got some friends that went in the swamp when that thing happened. And said there was some eerie stuff going on there for that 10 minutes it took that thing to pass. And said there was a lot of eerie hoot owls, hoot and everything else. I said, well, that's the last place I want to be, But anyway, we just thought we'd give you a holler and wake you up. I know it's the loneliest hour and get you going, get you generated. Are you ready for the truck show?
You know how much I look forward to that, Gouger. Yeah, I guess I'm ready. It's a busy 3 days for me. Yeah, he knows I get all stressed out. Beat myself to death, all stressed out. It is 844-3388.
USA News Update.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Donald Trump wins the South Carolina primary, defeating Nikki Haley in home state. The race closed immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little soon anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday. We're leading 91-7.
Now, Haley saying she is staying in the race and heading to Michigan. The primary there is Tuesday, and then the following week is Super Tuesday.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, welcome back. Braindead forwarded to me a link to the story. This says out of Port Wentworth, Georgia. I had seen that story, and the video on Facebook says somebody was sitting at thought it was a welcome center in South Carolina. Unless there's two separate events, this sounds like what that video depicts, though. But it says two people are dead after the fiery 18-wheeler wreck off the Georgia Welcome Center, I-95. State Patrol says a tractor trailer driving into the Welcome Center at a high speed, which that's what that video depicted, slamming into another truck and another and another. The chain reaction crash caught fire, and in all, 6 tractor trailers are now scrap metal, and 2 truckers are dead. I feel bad for the people who died here. It's the worst thing that could happen to anybody to die, but in such a horrible way. One, I guess, eyewitness who was traveling spoke to the WJCL 22. Troopers say the first driver and the driver of the truck they slammed into are dead. The second driver, according to Georgia State Patrol, was likely sleeping when it happened. The other 4 drivers were able to escape the blaze. I've seen a lot of accidents. I've been on the road a lot, but I've never seen 2 trucks like that burned as bad as they burned. All that was left was melted rubber from the load inside one of the trucks. Firefighting foam and the wild video of the incident. Now, it said none of the truckers involved have been identified yet. Troopers say it's not clear if that first driver that caused the accident was experiencing a medical emergency or had fallen asleep. So, again, it would be very unusual to have 2 such incidents separately like that. So I'm thinking that video that's been released must be the one. There is no fire in that video. It's just, it shows the wreck taking place, and then it just kind of replays over and over again. But that was horrible. Let me see. Back to Scotty. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've seen the video later on that where they actually showed the fire and the firefighters and everything. So there is another video, and it was in Georgia, it said.
Okay.
Yeah. But, yeah, there is another video from one of the news stations down there, I think. But, yeah, it was, pretty horrific, that video, too.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But, I was calling back. The truck show, has it ever been that early in March? Usually it's the last week of March and first part of April.
Right.
I noticed it was like the 21st through the 23rd when they was talking about the truck pool and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever remember being that early.
Seems like it is a bit earlier this year. Yeah, a lot of times it's over. You got April Fool's Day during the show.
Right. That first, last weekend of March and first weekend of April. But, I just thought that was kind of odd. Who is this Elvie Shane that they've got the entertainment?
No,
did you see that?
I think that was last year, wasn't it? I think this year it's the Steel Woods, I believe is her name, Steel Woods, group out of Nashville.
Did I read it wrong? Oh, maybe I read last year's, but I could have sworn I clicked on the for this year.
Yeah, they got.
I know they said that
it's Tony Justice opening up for Steel Woods. I'm not real familiar with them. I guess they're a relatively new band, but kind of like rockabilly, Southern fried country rock. That's what their music is.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Maybe they had the wrong thing on that. Because I did click on 2024, but like I said, maybe the entertainment wasn't updated or something. Because I read it after you said that. I remember that ain't who it was that I saw, but I guess registration's over for the free registration. So now if you ain't registered, you got to pay, right?
Correct.
But
$10.
I don't know if I'm waking up there or not. If I do, yeah, $10. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to make it up there. I'm hoping to, but if I do, it'll only be like for a Friday and a Saturday. Trying to get Dan to go down there with me. But,
yeah, how the hell is Dan? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I know he's doing the farming thing and all that. And I guess he's not going to be able to go on the cruise because that's a busy time for the harvest in October or something.
Yeah. I know he was, last time I talked to him today, he was out shoveling snow and salt and everything. They got that. You guys get that? They got that snowstorm that went up through there and down into Pennsylvania and West Virginia over there. Last weekend, I guess. But hopefully the snow's over. I think we're supposed to be 80 degrees in Wichita tomorrow or Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. But it was super nice up there yesterday. And one other thing, y'all was asking about Sirius XM. I actually looked at that too. They said they got 30.
All right, you were breaking. You said they got how many subscribers?
34 million.
34 million. Okay.
Yeah. So that's they said about $9 billion in annual revenue, but that's not a big percentage. You figure probably I think 7% of the vehicles that are licensed have XM in them. So that. I'm surprised I'm surprised they're still afloat.
Well, I mean, if you got 34 million subscribers at $1 a month, that's 34 million a month, and it sure as hell ain't $1 a month. I mean,
I don't know. And you figured, I've done these figures. You figured, say just $200 a year for the big package and everything. Because I know the last time I actually paid for a subscription, it was that's like $6.7 million or $6.7 billion. If you pay for the premium package, which like I said, I don't pay for XM anymore. I've got a lifetime subscription that I got years ago, and then the company I drive for pays for ours. So, but anyway, well, I was going to like I said, chime back in on that. I was curious about the truck show, but y'all have a good one.
All righty, yep, and the big truck and tractor pull thing, that's Saturday after the show. Show wraps up 4 o'clock Eastern time, and NTPA truck and tractor pulls fire up at 5 o'clock Eastern that afternoon. Well, what do we have in other news? A couple of other industry headlines. After the sad news, they're out of Georgia. Some positive news. Last week, I should say, the Kansas Highway Patrol honored a farmer and his son who risked their lives to save a blacked-out trucker from crashing off an I-70 overpass back in December. Last week, recognizing Brent and Brady Ginther as honorary troopers for their heroic actions. This was December 19, Sherman County, Kansas. They described the incredible rescue effort by the father and son as a tractor trailer, a semi, traveling east on I-70. The driver had a medical incident where he blacked out, went into the median at highway speed. Traveling in the median, he stayed in between the traffic lanes for about a quarter mile, where he jumped over a crossover, which slowed the semi-truck down. The farmer and his son, traveling the same direction, noticed the driver needed help, so they jumped into action. The semi-truck slowed down enough so they could jump onto the passenger's side and found the door locked. The son, riding on the semi-truck, asked his dad to throw him a hammer, which he broke the window out, crawled into the semi-truck, and stopped the semi-truck before it got to the overpass at exit 17. I mean, that's something out of a Hollywood film, right? This action more than likely saved the life of the truck driver, along with protecting all the other travelers on I-70 and Highway 27. It's amazing what people will do to help others they don't even know. Thank you to Brent Ginther and his son, Brady, for your heroic actions. Our community is incredibly grateful. That was from, again, the Kansas Highway Patrol. All righty, 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, it was another case. Balloon. Every time we see a balloon now, it's like, it's the Chinese. The update, the mysterious high-altitude balloon spotted soaring the western U.S. Friday, they now say was simply a hobbyist device. And it's already now left American airspace. Federal investigators tracked the small balloon traveling at an altitude between 43 and 45,000 feet until it traversed beyond U.S. lines sometime during the night, I guess Saturday night, Sunday morning. According to NORAD, fighter jets from NORAD intercepted the balloon shortly after it was hovering over Utah on Friday. Although officials were unsure of the balloon's origin, they did immediately determine the balloon, which was not maneuverable, posed no hazard to flight safety. One official said it appeared to be made of mylar and had a small cube-shaped box about 2 feet long on each side hanging below it. First alerted to the balloon's presence as it was flying over Colorado, drifting in an easterly direction following the path of the jet stream. Ultimately, an official from the Department of Defense said the object was a hobbyist balloon. He didn't give any other details, but this about just over a year ago, where fighter jets brought down the Chinese spy balloon off the South Carolina coast after it had pretty much traversed the entire lower 48 over the course of several days, making multiple passes over key military installations before it was shot down. All right, Gouger wanted to jump back in real quick there. Yes, sir.
Well, I forgot. I'm still by half asleep. I forgot the main topic I want to talk about.
Oh,
did you see that ass cutting that Nikki Haley got Saturday night?
Absolutely.
Well, we went and voted Thursday, early voted, because I had to leave out Friday. And when we was up there, South Carolina's got a deal. If you vote the Democratic Party, you can't vote the Republican Party. And boy, there was a bunch of people up there that I knew some of them, and I said, they didn't vote in that. They didn't vote in that Democrat thing. Well, this one guy there, he was real lippy. I'm going to put a stop to Donald Trump Well, I knew the lady that run the poll, the campaign manager there. She's hardcore Republican. And he got it. He went in there and signed in, and she said, "Now I want to ask you a question. Did you vote in the Democratic Party last 2 weeks ago?" And he says, "What does that matter?" She said, "You can't vote in both of them. If you cast this ballot, you will go to jail." Said you're committing election fraud, some big word there.
Mm-hmm.
And while we was there, we seen some more come in. I told David, I said, "Old Jim Clyburn up this bull crap." He told them people not to vote in that Democratic thing. They had it locked up, and they wanted, they were trying to pull some of that South Carolina politics like he did with Biden. And it was that thing she got. The vote she got was. It wasn't a hardcore Republican voted for. It was them fellas that didn't vote in that first election, come over there and voted for in that second election.
So the fact that she got
the thing that got me out of.
So the fact that she got 40% of the vote, which I mean that's a lot of people. Probably, what do you say? Like 10% of them were more than likely Democrat voters just trying to spoil Trump.
Democrat and independent.
Okay.
Is what the reason, because see, when Friday night, JJ called me and said, "Hey," said, "they got Trump up almost 70 points over her, before the polls closed,
Yeah.
On Saturday night." And I said, "Yeah," I said, "but I ain't gonna say nothing till it's over with." But Trump got up there and gave his acceptance speech. It was real cordial, and he didn't run her in the ground. And boy, when she come out on that stage, I don't know if you seen the thing Friday night where the governor shot her down, McMaster's, and he's been a hardcore Trump supporter from day one. I mean, he was the only one in South Carolina when he run in 16 that supported him. Nikki Haley and all of them, they was pulling for Jeb Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them all we don't need him, Well, anyway,
Right.
it backfired on him. But Trump said Friday night that there were 5 things he knew that he could derail Nikki Haley on. And he said, "But I'm not going to talk about them. We're going to leave that alone." Well, she got up there Saturday night with the bumping them gums. The gloves just come off, and boy, there's some stuff fixing to come out that a bunch of us know over there to be a fact. It come out on Facebook about 3 weeks ago with all the facts. And old Nikki, she ain't gonna like what's fixing to happen. And it's gonna be detrimental to her, real detrimental. Just wait and see what happens. And it's gonna shock you when you find out about it.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, it's. I don't know if you read any. It's gonna be a real shocker. She ain't the Miss Perfect that she claims to be. And I'll just wait. I'll just wait and see if Donald's gonna pull the hand grenade on it. Just watch. But he is gonna tear her rear end up. You wait and see. I tell you.
Okay. All right. I hadn't heard a thing about that.
Oh yeah, there's 5 things that. Well, she ruined a bunch of farmers over there in that low country where she really got her butt whipped. Over there around Horry County, Marlboro County, and all that. She didn't sign the Emergency Act when that Hurricane Matthew come through there and devastated all them farms. And she wouldn't sign the Emergency Powers Act for them to get, the federal money to help them, get over it. People lost farms that had been, generation farms going back to the 1800s.
Wow.
And, they was ill at it, but this other thing, it's going to shock you when it comes out. And it's been on Facebook. Nobody took it serious. and I seen it on, and I showed it to Debbie. I said, well, Miss Prius is finally getting put in her place. And I think Donald gave her a pass on it. But you remember when Donald said something about her husband and you know, got everybody excited a couple of weeks ago?
Right. Kind of asking where her husband was. He's asking where he was, like he was trying to hide from her or something.
Right, and he was over in Africa. He's over in Africa with National Guard deployment. But see, when she was running for governor, he was over there in the sandbox, and there was a bunch of stuff happening. They got her on camera, motel receipts, everything. I mean, it's going to be a big explosion, and you know Donald's got all his P's and Q's lined up, and it's going to come out. You just wait and see. I tell you, it's going to shock you.
Oh boy!
But it's going to be big time. I mean, when she was running for governor, it come out and it swept it under the carpet real fast. And it kind of went away. Well, it resurfaced, and nobody looked at it and took this guy serious. And when Donald said that deal that night about I got 5 things on her, I told Debbie, I said, here they are right here. And I said, this is really, I don't know what he's holding up for, whether he's waiting to see what's going to happen in these other states, where he pulls a hand grenade or what he's going to do, but you wait and see, he's going to burn her rear end. And good. So just stay tuned, folks. It's coming.
So we got the early heads up. So something to hold our breath and wait.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe she got up there and went to running her mouth and that, you know, and she, I mean, it's like the governor said, you know, I like Nikki Haley, but I'm throwing all my Trump behind Trump. And he's the governor, she's the ex-governor, and when you can't even get the governor to support you, that's pretty damn bad, ain't it?
Yeah.
But it's coming. I'm just waiting to see what Donald's going to do with it, because he's got it. I know he's got it. We just wait.
Well, I mean, if she doesn't start going anywhere, I mean, if there's no like a big upset or something on Super Tuesday, I mean, I don't know. Do you break out the ugly stuff if it's not even necessary? I don't think he even mentioned her in his acceptance speech there in South Carolina. I don't believe he even brought her up.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Laura Winters.
I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Donald Trump wins the South Carolina primary, defeating Nikki Haley in her home state. The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates.
Michigan's up, and we're going to have a tremendous success there. And then we have a thing called Super Tuesday, and I think we're leading 91-7.
I'm grateful to South Carolina. I always have been, and I always will be. And I'm grateful that today is not the end of our story.
Now, Haley saying she is staying in the race and heading to Michigan. The primary there is Tuesday, and then the following week is Super Tuesday.
I'm not giving up this fight when a majority of Americans disapprove of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
There is new information about the suspect accused of killing a University of Georgia nursing student who was out for a jog near the campus in the town of Athens. The 26-year-old man, an illegal alien from Venezuela. Police saying it's a crime of opportunity.
The investigation suggests that they had no relationship. He did not know her at all. I think this was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happen.
The police chief saying the man is charged with malice murder, felony murder, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, false imprisonment, kidnapping, hindering a 911 call, and concealing the death of another. This is the first murder on the campus in 20 years. Classes have been canceled until Monday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Taking a look now at your money, the Dow finishing the session Friday up 62 points to close at 39,131. The Nasdaq losing almost 45 points and the S&P 500 gaining almost 2 points. Elon Musk promising to make things good with a San Jose, California bakery called The Giving Cafe after Tesla cancels a $16,000 pie order at the last minute. In news now for your health, the norovirus stomach bug spreading in the Northeast with cases in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. Doctors say it is hyper-contagious and causes diarrhea in adults and children. It's out of this world. The U.S. back on the moon. USA's Corey Myers with details.
Unmanned robotic lunar lander Odysseus, launched by a private U.S. company, Intuitive Machines, landed on the moon's surface.
We can confirm, without a doubt, as our equipment is on the surface of the moon, and we are transmitting So congratulations, IM team. We'll see how much more we can get from that.
It was the first American mission to land on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972, and the first private spacecraft ever to make a soft landing there. NASA paid IM $118 million to take 6 instruments for testing to the moon. OD was also carrying a part for a future moon telescope.
And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right. What do you say? Kick off that final hour here. It was late last week, J.B. Hunt announcing that they've entered a long-term intermodal deal with Walmart that includes volume and capacity commitments. As part of the deal, J.B. Hunt will acquire Walmart's intermodal assets. The multi-year deal expands on existing relationship between the two Northwest Arkansas companies, with J.B. Hunt buying Walmart's intermodal containers and chassis. Now, neither the size of the fleets nor the purchase price were disclosed. But let's see. Today's announcement, a testament to the mutual trust and shared visions our companies have developed over time. Innovative agreements like this one demonstrate J.B. Hunt's disciplined approach to strategically allocating capital to advance our mission of driving long-term value for our people, customers, and shareholders. J.B.'s made numerous investments in intermodal capacity in recent years, obviously. 2 years ago, they announced plans to expand their container fleet to 150,000 units, or 40% by 2025 to 2027. They've also been investing in transloading facilities near some of the largest ports. JB further aligned with the rail partner BNSF Railway in November by launching Quantum, a premium intermodal service focused on converting highway freight to rail by emphasizing quicker, more consistent delivery times. The companies also have a new cross-border service in place in and out of Mexico, and J.B. Hunt will benefit from the opening of BNSF's Barstow International Gateway, which will serve the ports there in Southern California. So pretty big deals in the trucking headlines. Yeah, the competition, intermodal versus Plowboy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, they just keep getting bigger and bigger every damn year we turn around. Yeah, and that Barstow facility, it'll be phenomenal. Fortunately, I heard. Still there?
Yeah, we got you.
See. All right. y'all were talking about that Warner kid out there in that rest area. Somebody's seen that, and they were wondering if he might not had a theft device wired in that vehicle when it got hit. It automatically went off. Because that's why I heard either you or Dad was talking about the hazard lights flashing on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it will do that sometimes. But y'all also were talking about that young lady over in Athens, Georgia, getting killed by that, illegal.
Illegal from Venezuela.
When is Chuck Schumer's come up for his vote for impeachment of Mayorkas? Or has it already?
No, the articles of impeachment, I thought somewhere in the next couple of days, the House is supposed to take them over to the Senate and present them.
Okay. It would be a nice day. I'm just wondering if them two Yahoo liberals that come from Georgia will stand up for them fine young people that lost their daughter in University of Georgia over that Yahoo. You think they will or not?
Sounds like Kemp's pretty PO'd about it with the letter to Biden.
Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering how many Mayorkas would have went to that family and said, well, that border's secure. I mean, this is when I heard it, I've been pretty ticked off ever since, just because what was it, less than a week ago we went through the impeachment and everybody said, oh, this is nothing but being a what? Yeah, I can't really say it on the radio without really getting too terribly angry and getting thrown off. I mean, this is just crazy, because if they could get them 2 votes.
Everything I've seen is, the word on the street is Chuck Schumer's gonna propose to just dismiss the charges, and of course the Democrats control the Senate 51-49, so they may not even have a trial. But that would send a message, though, that the Democrats, how much they actually care about the country, though. So I mean,
right? No, I
don't know. I mean, if they don't even hold a trial, that clearly shows they don't give a damn about the American people.
Exactly. And I mean, it's just getting more and more infuriating. How in the world somebody could say they love America, put their hand on the Bible, and say they're going to uphold the laws of this great country, then and then we're just going to allow all them idiots in. How could they even say it in a church pew on Sunday?
Right.
I mean, this is just something really getting to me more and more every day. I'll put it this way. And your show is one of the dang few that talks about it. Maybe Newsmax, but everything else. Y'all were talking about Catherine Herridge getting fired because she ain't fulfilling their agenda or their narrative. It's crazy. And I've seen this deal, what you were just talking about, that balloon that, said it was non-detrimental. Okay. Now, who owned that damn balloon? Is it a hobbyist? Was that hobbyist a Chinese little bastard out there deciding he wants to float a balloon, see how far we could test American strength? Colorado? Well, that ain't very far from Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs houses our Air Force Academy. Whiteman Air Force Base, right beside of me here in Kansas City, Missouri. I know it floated over our territory. I mean, it's getting more and more scary. And with what Monkey Gadget talking about, JJ talking about them decked out to the nines coming across our southern border ready for war.
Syrians, yeah.
I mean, almost you can't hardly go to bed at night because we're losing our country every day. Every night we hear more and more that the general Americans, and you say something, you look like you have stoned the stupid because they're not hearing on ABC, NBC, and your usual suspects of the narrative news. I'll get off here, but Gouger also was right about something else. I'm seeing this very hard up here in my job. They come up there and drop in these damn trailers every day. Steve, I had got at least one a night, if not two a night. They'll hand me their damn phone for me to talk to these yahoos. They want me to do the Google, whatever you want to call it, Google that's it, Google translation. I'll look at them and point them to the gate. They can deal with them. I'm tired of it. I think that, honestly, I think we ought to stick this on the brokers. I know the CVSA, they dropped it off the out of service requirements. But, sir, I think it'd be best if we could put this on the brokers. The brokers are coming on the hot wire now in the lease agreements. I think a lot of this ought to go back. The brokers know who they lease it to. We'd be a good place to start. Because, yeah, English is a third language anymore, the yahoos. But, well, I do have one question for you. Are you ready to win the World Series this year? Or y'all going to have anything?
I haven't paid much attention. I don't even know what kind of changes we've made in the off season, what we got going on, but we'll see.
Yeah, I know up here in Kansas City territory, they're sure fighting over where they're going to build that new Royal Stadium. And hell, St. Royal, they outdid themselves last year. They had 100+ damn losses, and yet they were more worried about a stadium than they needed to be more worried about a team.
How about your Cardinals? How are your Cardinals looking for the new year?
We're going to wait till after spring training. I don't know. I seen where one of me and Smith's favorite pitchers here the other day, he kind of left the sports trade. Remember me and Smith talking about Adam Wainwright?
Yeah.
This was on the country news. He's down there and trying to come out in Nashville. He's already had one or two hit songs. Yeah, hell of a good pitcher, retired from baseball and went to Nashville. But I don't know. But, well, I'll get off here, but sure glad. Now, Steve, you're really making me feel old. Damn you.
Oh, sorry.
10 years old?
Yeah, little Avery.
What's your grandson just turned?
That's the youngest. Well, not the youngest. I mean, that's the youngest boy. Little Aubrey's. Little Aubrey's already, going on 4? I'm losing track. But yeah, Avery 10. Rowan's 12 now. All right, as far as, here's what the Associated Press report said yesterday. These articles of impeachment for Mayorkas, they may come down today. That's supposedly this 2-week recess is going to be over, right? Let's see. Democrats say the charges amount to a policy dispute, not high crimes and misdemeanors laid out in the Constitution. Obviously, it was a very narrow, successful vote, second time around, after the House had rejected the effort a week prior. Now, while the Senate is now obligated to consider the charges, Senate leaders have shown little interest in spending much of any time on this. Two-thirds of the Senate would be needed to convict Mayorkas. It's not a simple majority. It's 2/3. And there's not a single Democrat that have signaled support for the impeachment push. Which, that in itself should tell the American people, Democrats, I guess you don't have a problem with these millions that are pouring into the country. And with each passing day, more headlines being filled with an illegal killing an American, or assaulting a police officer, or causing problems, or robbing stores, and I guess they don't care. Now, there is still a process senators have to follow under the rules, And all Democrats would likely have to stick together to dismiss the charges completely. But the next step would be, under the impeachment rules, a group of House managers who act as the prosecutors and are appointed by Speaker Johnson. They will deliver the impeachment charges by reading the articles on the Senate floor. Usually they make that ceremonial walk across the Capitol with the articles in hand. Mike Johnson hasn't yet said when that's going to happen, but I'm thinking it was supposed to happen here in February, this week, because the Senate returns after their 2-week recess. Senators would later be sworn in as jurors, likely the following day. The Senate must then issue a summons to the officials who's being tried to inform them of the charges and ask for a written answer. Mayorkas wouldn't have to appear in the Senate, would not have to appear in the Senate at any point. After that, the rules generally allow the Senate to decide how to proceed. And Chuck Schumer hasn't said what he's going to do, but all expectations are he will put up to a vote to simply dismiss the trial. If he's got the votes, you've got the Senate control, 51-49. And unlike a conviction, you need the simple majority, that 51, to simply throw it out. It's a waste of time. That's the anticipation there. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, there's our typical Truck and Phil joining us on a Monday morning. Happy Monday, he says. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers. The Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Stable. Right on. Sadly, I saw the video that came out earlier in the weekend. The trucker running into that rest area there. You know, dangers on the road every day. Yes, indeed. 63 Fort Wayne, 53 for Sterling Heights today as he gets that new week started. Have a great week, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus right on cue. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Hope everybody's weekend was well enjoyed, but they fly right by. It was a busy one for us. I didn't have a chance to sit down, really, but it didn't seem like we really got anything done. Aside from that, we got the coffee poured, ready to head into town. Maybe we can get something done there for a change. Everybody enjoy your Monday. Been a while since we've heard from Hillbilly. What do you say, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. How we doing?
Greatest day of the week, you know?
Yeah, it is. Got to get through Monday to go to the Friday. That's what I always say. Yeah, that video, that was scary. I mean, someone's trying to take their 10-hour break and get killed.
Yep.
That just makes you just think that when you get home to hug your loved ones that much more. But so when is the truck show?
21st through the 23rd, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, March 21, 2, and 3.
Okay. I may try to make it. I don't know just yet. Depends how it is. How do you win that contest you got going? You got 2 more weeks of it. How do you enter that?
Go to Facebook and go like under the search. It's just the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Right.
And then just go to the comments and type in Hot Shot Secret.
Ooh, that's that easy.
That easy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been running days for the last month, so I haven't really been following the show that much.
I wondered where you've been on the day shift thing. All right, well, that makes sense.
Yeah, I just got getting up here to Columbus, pick up my load to go to Grand Rapids, Michigan, so what fun. Unfortunately, my local, where I got home, everything kind of went away, and the company I work for lost the account, so I'm running north now from Columbus, and got to stay away from the house all week. Just got to do what you got to do.
Well, yep.
But you say your Avery's 10 now?
He is.
Or is that the girl?
Aubrey's only 4, but yeah, Avery's 10 and Rowan's 12.
Yeah, Flyboy's right. You're making me feel old. Kids grow up way too fast anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All right, I got to get out and open these doors, so I'm going to get off here. Have a good show, Steve.
Well, I appreciate you checking in there, and that kind of explains where you've been, working days. And we're not here live in the middle of the afternoon, so. Who brought up, who do you trust for your news? Yeah, the CPAC has been going on, the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC for short. And apparently Newsmax was voted the most trusted cable news outlet in America, trouncing Fox News by 34 points. According to a straw poll conducted at the conference, CPAC announced the findings of the survey yesterday after 4 days of meetings in Washington, D.C. Every year, CPAC organizes the nation's most influential conservative conference, drawing major political and celebrity figures, weighing in on policy issues and political races. But the CPAC poll findings showed 49% said Newsmax when asked which network do you trust the most. Only 15% said the same about Fox News. 29% chose none of the options as a trusted outlet. Maybe they don't trust any news. Now, CNN or MSNBC was the choice for 1% each. And I can't believe anyone at CPAC would have any one iota of trust in either of those two networks. That could not be a true conservative. Survey was conducted by McLaughlin and Associates Wednesday to Saturday. Just nearly 1,500 conservatives participated in that. Participants appeared to be happy about Newsmax, but less enthused about the big tech platforms and their leaders. Some 55% of attendees actually singled out the Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg as the big tech CEO that's doing the most to undermine America. Google's chief executive officer came in second with 32%, Amazon's Jeff Bezos at 5%, and Apple's Tim Cook at just 1%. They also asked participants what was the best way to combat woke elites. Almost the majority, it was 46%, said it would be to give to grassroots efforts to mobilize conservatives. And 25% said donating directly to candidates for Congress was the best approach.
USA News Update.
I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory.
I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina.
Donald Trump is racking up the delegates after a big win in South Carolina. He beats former Governor Nikki Haley in her home state, getting approximately 10% of the vote to Haley's 40%.
I know 40% is not 50%, but I also know 40% is not some tiny group.
The race called almost immediately after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern.
This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated.
Trump securing all 29 winner-take-all delegates. Next up is Michigan's primary on Tuesday, and then the following week on March 5th is Super Tuesday. And I'm Laura Winters, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner, 87,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested, Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, where we leave off there, back at it. Can't necessarily trust the GPS. If you're a truck driver, get a trucking-specific GPS. In this case, a truck driver has been sentenced to 2 years probation after bad GPS directions led to a fatal oversized load accident in Ohio back in 2019. Franklin County, Ohio, according to the Columbus Dispatch, 46-year-old truck driver Cody Weathers was following GPS directions heading north on Interstate 270 when the top of his oversized load struck the Claycaft Road bridge overpass. The force of that strike shook the load loose, caused it to roll off the trailer. The large dust collector then came to a rest across all lanes of the interstate. Two motorists headed north on 270 crashed into the load. A 38-year-old Mohammed Mabaraka died in the wreck. The other motorist was not hurt. Now, back in October, Weathers pleaded guilty to aggravated vehicular homicide, but was not given his sentence until last Thursday. The judge sentenced Weathers to 2 years of probation instead of the potential 5 years in prison. He will serve his probation in Texas, where he currently lives. Unfortunately, the equipment malfunctioned and told him he was good. Obviously, it was not good, according to his attorney. Weathers, by the way, they say, is no longer a truck driver. All right, well, what's the word, Pappy? Happy Monday.
Greatest day of the week, Steve. I'm about ready to back into the driveway. Did you get my email?
I did.
Well, I guess breaking news for your listening audience. I was on phone hold with you with the greatest two-time champion Newhall was on the line with you.
Yeah.
I got a phone call from Mercedes. I'm like, this ain't good. Why the hell is she calling it 20 after 3 in the morning? She said, Dad, I think my water broke. I'm like, well, let's get you to the hospital, hon. So, yeah, if nobody knew, Mercedes is pregnant. She's getting ready to have a baby. So, I don't know for sure, Steve, if her water broke. I went ahead and left. Told her as soon as the doctors check her out and do everything and find out if her water broke. Hell, she could be in there for 2 or 3 days.
Really? Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And let's say end up inducing labor, but they're not going to let her come back home if the water broke.
Gotcha.
They'll probably give it a while, see if she actually naturally starts to go, and at some point, if she doesn't, I'm sure it will probably induce labor.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. I got the next 2 days off anyway. Boy.
So she's supposed to give you a call, I guess, if things start to proceed or whatever,
Yeah.
for you to come back. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck falling asleep, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's my scoop for the greatest day of the week. She called me, Steve. She's like, Dad, don't freak out now. Okay, on what? She told me. I'm like, come on, hon. I got 4 kids, and this will be the 3rd grandkid.
Okay.
You know, telling me to freak out.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, not my first rodeo. Hey, while I got you on the phone, I'll get out of here, get off here. Nikki Haley, Steve, what a swamp rat. I'm telling you, man, she's up there giving her little speeches, lying to the American public. saying that most Americans do not want Joe Biden or Trump for president. Steve, that's a flat-out lie. To say most Americans. Why the heck is he crushing her in the polls then, if that's the case?
Mm-hmm.
That's a false statement. You can't tell me most Americans, don't want Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Nah, I'm not buying that. I think she's, like Vic was saying, she probably just ruined her political career. She's done. She's a rhino, Steve. She's, I'm not telling nothing nobody don't already.
Right, yeah.
What else was it? Oh, yeah, the doggy. Biden's little puppy likes to go around biting people.
25.
Steve, I'm telling you, 25, at least 25. There's another report that said 28. Steve, I know in Hamilton County, if your dog bites one, okay, I think 3 times the charm, that the SPCA will snatch that dog up, confiscate it, 2-7. That means nighty-night.
Yeah.
For the canine, unfortunately. But, so yeah, I mean, how do you let this dog bite 25 people, Secret Service agents, and before you get rid of that dog? And you mean to tell me the most powerfulest man in the world, in office, I guess you can say, in office name only, can't get a dog that behaves himself and won't bite people? Blows my mind. All right, Steve, I'll keep you updated, man. Everybody, Steve, tomorrow, the weather's supposed to be beautiful from what I understand. Talking like 70 degrees, is that right?
Yes, I mean, they're pushing, 68, 70 today. That's what they're saying, yep.
Man, going to have us a heat wave.
I'll take it.
Man, ain't lying, brother. I think we're ready for it. 70 degrees at the end of February. Can't argue that. All right, brother. I appreciate it. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down. Talk at you soon.
Thanks for the update. Good luck. All right. And all that good stuff. Hope everything goes well with the daughter in the hospital. It is 844-844-3388. And I do know that, hey, I guess out west, let me flip back over here because I know I pulled that up the latest. Going to be kind of a double whammy, back-to-back storms. An active pattern sets up again across the Pacific Northwest. 2 primary storms going to sweep across the region, kind of highlighting the risk for wintry conditions to mix down to nearly sea level here during the first half of the week. Portions of Seattle and Portland, Oregon. Through Monday night, the first of 2 storms tracking southeast coming out of Canada into the north central states, bringing with it a potent cold front from Washington and Oregon to the Rocky Mountains. As that boundary crosses the western states from north to south, colder air spills into the region. And that's going to bring back wintry conditions. While much of the central and east are warming up with May-like temperatures, heavy mountain snow is expected across the Cascades and the northern Rockies through Monday night. Then, as the front progresses into the Four Corners region into Tuesday, snow expands to the Colorado Rockies and the higher terrain of northern New Mexico. Even the higher elevations of northeast Arizona will see a bit of accumulating snow early this week. Snow levels are projected to drop to pass levels. Well, that's supposed to be ongoing this morning by Sunday night. Stevens, Snoqualmie Pass, White Pass, 1 to 2 feet across the higher elevations of the Washington and Oregon Cascades between now and Tuesday night. So, travel difficulties across the mountains early this week. Across the lower elevations, rain or a rain-snow mix as low levels as those snow levels drop closer to sea level. For Seattle, the best chance for a slushy mix is, as we speak, Sunday night to Monday night. Could see a few wet flakes mixing in during the morning hours, Monday and Tuesday as well. Winds will be an issue as well, blowing snow across the exposed terrain, 40 miles per hour west of the Cascades, higher gust of 50 can occur along the peaks of the Cascades into the northern Rockies through the day Monday into Monday evening. Then by late Tuesday into Wednesday, storm number 2 begins to bring moisture into the coastal areas of Washington and Oregon. Rainfall in the upslope regions will be higher than earlier this week. 24-hour rain totals ranging from 1.5 to 2 inches between Wednesday and Thursday. Flash flooding becomes a concern. So the storm that arrives Tuesday night in the northwest will be more prolonged than this first storm. It's going to kind of linger actually all the way into next weekend. Yeah, that storm will slowly progress southward along the west coast Wednesday to Saturday, bringing with it cooler air from Washington to central California. Looks like the biggest dump of snow for the Sierra, believe it or not, this season could be on the way, and they've seen some fairly decent snows. In northwest California, rain arrives Wednesday. Snow begins to spread across the Klamath Mountain Range and the northern portions of the Sierra by Wednesday night. This has the capacity to spread feet of snow across the Sierra late Wednesday all the way into next Sunday morning. Now, compared to the seasonal average of 216 inches, the Sierra Nevada range is currently running about 60% of historic snowfall average. The forecasters say the Sierra snow expected during the second half of this week could be the biggest dump of snow we've seen all season, and maybe even kind of catch up for the lagging numbers we've seen so far this winter. Okay. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let's hear on the greatest day of the week. See that dog. Hey there.
Good morning.
Morning.
As for GPSs go, I know a guy recently got a ticket. He said he had a trucker GPS. If you look in the Chicagoland area, you got the 294, and then you got the 290. He came out of Iowa, and he was on the 290, and he decided to jump off following the directions from the trucker GPS road. It probably would have been better off staying on 83 or going to 294. York Road is a non-truck route, and they sacked him with 3 different sets of fines. It just wasn't one. They had 3 breakdowns of what you're actually paying for, and it cost them about $500.
Wow.
Yeah, so don't always trust a truck GPS. Probably better off getting an old-fashioned map and then kind of balancing it between. But I told them, just give somebody a call. Give me a call, and ask them. Or, there's a lot of city guys you probably know that can help you with that too, because they know the region much better than line haul drivers do. Okay.
Hey,
my uncle was born on. Go ahead.
I was going to say there was a time when Rand McNally was the go-to, right? You had to pull that big old thing out and find your way.
Yeah. There was some paper GPS, paper maps that could tell you where truck routes are. My uncle, he was born on the leap year. We used to joke around as children how old he was, how, technically you were older than him because every 4 years he gets a birthday. It was a lot of fun.
There you go.
And then as far as the eclipse goes, you got my number on the screen. For any reason you can't find glasses, just text me a mailing address, and I can get them to you. There's a store out near us that supplies them.
I hadn't actually done any looking for the darn things yet. I mean, I remember a few years ago they were everywhere.
That's all I got to say today.
Everywhere you looked, everywhere you turned around, they had those cheap China glasses. I don't know if they were, worth the 99 cents or not, but yeah, I don't think we'll, especially as close as we're going to be to the totality. I don't know. They're probably selling like hotcakes where they do have them, right? Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. We did not get a chance to speak with the Scarecrow on Casual Friday. Well, welcome to a Monday.
Well, I don't have a ton of casualness here, Steve. I should have banked some from Friday instead of laying it on you on Thursday there, but that is the agonizing question I've been dwelling on all weekend. That AT&T issue, Steve, did that impact the end of your program Thursday morning by any chance?
Well, it all kind of rolled together. I mean, it technically was not per se an internet outage. It was AT&T, but I don't know, some of the stuff that we use, everything goes through the internet, and all these different programs that are opened up around me, the call-in studio, the radio.co, and what do we have? All these things, I mean, they might go through some of the AT&T channels, but yeah, we lost signal right when I was talking to you about 4:35, 4:39 that morning, and internet was gone.
Exactly, and just coincidentally, I have had signal issues in the very location I was at the time. I've lost you when I've been talking to you, but it was weird because I still had the display. It showed a phone connection on my phone, and when I finally got the program back, it was broadcasting from December 1st, I believe.
Right.
I never, at least my end, I never did get your broadcast, live broadcast. It was, kind of like the early portion of, I think, the December 1st, program. But so that's, it actually was kind of curious all weekend. I've been thinking about that, and was just so it may well have been within the system that I lost your signal that or the broadcaster. I don't know how long I was talking to myself in dead air, but it took a little. It takes a little while when you don't come up for air, you know. But so anyway, yeah, we were out of circulation on Friday. There, we had a family funeral. It was interesting, if you can call a funeral interesting, Steve. I've never been to a funeral with military honors before, and it just coincidentally, I was standing behind. This would have been my bride's stepdad. Well, his full daughter, my wife's half sister, happened to be standing right in front of me. So, and it actually became, a rather emotional, event, and because they were, paying attention to her, and then with the presentation of the flag, afterwards, it was a moving moment. Now he never did want any notoriety or attention, because as he always said, well, he never served during a period of action. Well, that's irrelevant. He served the country and such. So yeah, that was an interesting day. I guess that's the best way to put it. There. Been listening to the promotions for the tractor pull coming up, and down at the show, for you guys. That you'd brought up a question, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks back. I don't even remember specifically what it was about, the multi-engine tractors and such anyway. Well, one can go to the NTPA site and get the specifics. See, I've been out of touch for so many years, and back in the day, as they would say it, there was actually 4, modified classes and 4 super stock classes. Well, I think what's happened over the years, in order to make room for the newer classes, way back, there were no semi-classes, there were no two-wheel drive pickup classes, even the 4x4, pickups had not snowballed as has happened today. So I think they've kind of consolidated some of the, the modifieds in particular, in that you'll hear 3-motor and 4-motor. Well, that'll depend on what size supercharger you're running, whether it's a 871 or a 1471. The 14 being on the 3-motor tractors, and likewise, if they're running Allison motors, if they want to run 2, well, then it'll be dictated depending on what kind of injection or carburation you're running, or supercharger, turbocharger.
Well, either way, when those bad boys get going down the track for their run, you want to have your fingers in your ears, right? Or your headphones on, something to protect your ears. But we got to close it out there. Sorry, Crow, but thank you for dialing us up. Have a great Monday. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight to do it all over again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just live. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.